In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. It is written that the beginning was a void that had no shape nor form. The best way that we can describe this void visually in this density, in this magnitude of existence, is by water. This mature existence, in his words, brought forth the creation of said words. The words were uttered, "Let there be light." And there was light. Soon there were other creations, one of which being the earth to separate the waters. And because we share all of the elements of the earth, we too can call ourselves earth. Greetings and welcome once again to another step in the journey that is the burning bush. This is the build. Before we continue, I will hold myself fully accountable in the fault that I have presented this evening. For I have come minutes after the sunrise of this enlightenment period. I beg of the forgiveness of the gods who witness in this time my folly. There is no excuses in the universe, and I will make none. That said, we will continue onward with Brother Eli as he begins our announcements. I will now add him to the stream.
Blessings, everyone. Blessings, of course. So let me start with the opening. The words we are expressing freely are not meant to offend anyone. Our words are not meant to be in any competition with anyone else's wisdom. Your wisdom and understanding is yours alone. We are choosing to remain consecrated while being in the furnace of affliction, the burning bush. Conquering ignorance is essential. Nobody is born wise, and a person has to make serious efforts to develop the qualities needed to be able to speak and achieve Mayat without falling into the twin traps of vanity and greed. The Egyptian sage portrays himself a vigilant heart, a plain tongue, capable of satisfying God because his and hers entire existence rests on knowledge and not on belief. An adapt of calm and of silence, he or her distance themselves from the rash, the gossip, and the envious, and accepting what is right. Also, brothers and sisters, we know that the ancient Kemetic book of Two Ways says that the causes of wrongdoing are ignorance and immaturity. I'm going to read a little more. It says, most importantly, however, is the fact that the Kemites were aware of one's ability to live a Mayacian life, and that goal they, as a society, worked towards. People, they realized, were not limited to one circumstance, as in Western thought, to things like environment, culture, race, genetic inheritance, social status, but Kemites believe that humans continuously recreated themselves. Thus, it was thought that people could overcome unfavorable conditions and fulfill one's purpose or mission in life despite obstacles. In another book called The Book Coming Forth by Day, also known as the Book of the Dead, there is a passage entitled To Purge Oneself of Wrongs which one have committed. Reciting this passage allow a person to make their transition an opportunity to correct wrongs done or mistakes made in life.
Blessings and thank you for the additional reading regarding folly, mistakes. I needed that myself. Today we are going to dare a mighty thing and unpack a very meticulously, intricately designed form of understanding between the human identity, humanity itself, and the Godhead as a relationship. To put in layman's terms, we are going to discuss purpose and the fine line within the contract that those who choose the path of righteousness sign with their own blood, whether it be figurative or literal. Most individuals, or those who are in the illusion of individuality in this collective consciousness, know that there are certain things, certain obstacles that will find them and test them as a means to find how purposefully driven that person's life is, how much they are willing to endure, how long they are willing to suffer, and in what manner of inflictions are they allowing themselves to overcome and sustain. The metaphor that I'd like to use in regards to the contract that we will unpack is how a sword is made. There are many different sayings regarding the tongue and the work of the hands, that a tongue is a double-edged sword, that iron sharpens iron. We being the earth, iron being element within the earth, in order to sharpen iron, in order to form a sword, it has to be subject to extreme temperatures, both of heat and the dynamic of elements from fire to water. In order for a sword to be crafted from iron ore, it is to be heated well over hundreds of degrees, placed under a certain amount of pressure, and then stricken repeatedly in multiple areas to flatten, to shape, and to sharpen. This is done intermittently, the applying of the heat, to the point that it actually changes color and luminescence. This black coal, this iron, becomes red and even white hot, then stricken. It is literally back and forth in this repetition. And then, only then, does it receive the cooling water to reveal its new form. And even then, the intentions of the weapon is to attack and defend those who cannot fend for themselves. This is a matter of sacrifice, the likes of which the righteous, whether they know it or not, elect to become a part of. The burning bush is that heat and pressure. The striking is the conversations that challenge the facts to prove themselves on the same accord of the purpose. The cooling water is the resolve of finding a new form. Unfortunately, that new form is not a human one. More often than not, that final form is not even enjoyed by said order. This is the humiliation that is subject to the righteous, to those who choose a path of righteousness over vanity, over ill-gotten gain, over deceit, with full integrity. This is why it is so difficult to locate many of the righteous in their final destination while in human form, achieving that perfection. A question for those who are here with us. Had it been explained to you what that is, what that heat would be, what that striking would be, and when your cooling water would find you, would you still take onto the mantle the path of righteousness? Would you still elect and allow the suffering for sake of the challenge of endurance to become a new refined form? Without promise of reward. This is a difficult question for some and an easy question for others, but it is not in the way that you might think. For us, the burning bush, it is an intricately woven series of conversations. For those who are not, who do not elect, it is a very easy answer to ascertain. It is no. It is explicitly no, emphatically no, because it is too difficult, especially because it does not render promise and guarantee of reward. I want to take the time to ask that question for you and internally answer that, you who are watching, you who are witnessing now. Then I want us, the burning bush, to take turns at answering this question, both in insight and hindsight, perhaps, to seek our purpose yet again, to realize the work again, or to retire from the work. Brother Eli, if you.
Blessings. The first thing I thought about was Moses, according to the Bible. It said that Moses was so exhausted that the people around him had to raise his arms because they noticed while Israel were fighting the enemy, the Israelites began to lose the battle when Moses' arms were lowered. The Israelites, when the Israelites saw Moses' arms up, they were winning the battle. So the most important things, people, is to know who need your support. I believe that is why most people do not continue their journey, because some people, when they realize those who truly need them, for some reason, that observation gives a stimulus to the one who might be losing his or her momentum in that vision. Having said that, we know life respects reciprocity. There is an exchange that is needed to maintain a thing. As we observe those things that does not maintain their ability to exchange those things, cease to exist. I can use many examples. The example I think I will use when it is concerning love. Because humans, we are very infatuated with this love, especially in the Western Hemisphere. We say love conquers all, and they just end it there. When we look around at the reality, it seems like hate and disgust conquers love. People, I must remind you that we are evidence based. We exist on knowledge and not on belief. Yes, we have faith because faith will get you to the destiny. So that is some level of belief. But in the word belief, you have Eve and then you had if. But anyway, so I just wanted to share that little point dealing with to sustain something, because in our reality, it is so easy to obtain something, but to maintain the maintenance of the thing that we acquire seems to be more difficult. I think there are many lessons, consciously and unconsciously, that when we learn how to maintain something, there is a level of growth within the non physical aspect of the human. Because just like love, you can't touch it, you can't see it, you can't smell it, you can't mathematically weigh it like the soul. So there are aspects to our reality that is sensed but not seen nor truly understood. So we all know that many are called but few are chosen. And the average mind will say that, well, that is meaning people. A lot will show up, but only a chosen few will make it through. We can say that. We can also say many are called, but few are chosen is meant to deal with the size of the room that we dwell in. Even when we leave the height of the ground, the air becomes thinner. Or the deeper we go into the ocean, we discover that there is a lake more denser, or there's the ocean that is a lake that is more denser than the ocean. So there are multiple levels, but only those who have the will experience the higher heights of the lower of the lows. So when you look at the purpose, most people want to do righteousness when they're about to die or when they get old. It is easier that way compared to when you're young and you have so many distractions that you choose to do the right things on many levels. That is so rare when it comes to that. When you read the Quran, when you read the Torah, I would just say the Bible, Mary, Allah, God, were so impressed by this one little girl because there were many women in the world who all had the same opportunities to impress God. But God is not necessarily into individuals who are forced. Just like love. Love loves you more when you are willing to exist in the realm of love without being forced, without being like tricked, all these things. So when God found Mary, God watched. It's like, wait a minute. Hey, Zechariah, where your daughter at? So Zechariah in his unconscious thought, wait a minute, where my little girl? He go looking for her, search. And every time he found his little girl, she was in a synagogue praying. If you truly understood what I am sharing with you, this is some serious stuff. If you are old enough, just think about that. It is more easier to see a little boy doing that than a little girl to do that. When I listen to the women nowadays talk so proudly, and I watch historically how Satan used their pride to destroy them, I see the same thing today. Because you have to ask this question when it comes to women specifically. If you disagree with the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, and all these scriptures that was written by men, when you sit in the circle of the gods, we will never disagree with you. Notwithstanding the fact that we want to see your book, and we would like to see how many thousands of years your book will last and be appreciated. Women. Also, women, go build a civilization from the ground up with inventions and then have the ability to protect it against the environment for a few thousand years. For some reason, that is not written in scriptures and in books, in ancient times and in modern times. When you deal with the gods, they will love you only to the point of the ability of your work and not your words. So if you desire to annihilate a man or anything concerning with men, please go on your own terms and build your world, and we will watch. And we pray that the angels on all sides, the angels and the demons and the angel and other forces, to set a barrier. Because as men of righteousness, when we see trouble, we run to go rescue. So allow them to prevent us from anything, and we will mind our business. And we will dwell with the women who love to play their role willingly, like Mary did. So we don't have time for competitiveness and wars and struggles within the home, because the man is supposed to deal with the world and then go home to a place of peace. So please take all those who disagree with the Bible, the Torah, and all of these male chauvinistic scriptures, while in our civilizations, meaning that the civilization that you dwell in at the present time were built by men, go and circle yourselves up, find a space, and start writing your ancient writings or your holy book that is authored by a female god, which I appreciate, but she have respect for both. Write your book, put it in society of men and women who love you enough to think that you have this authority that you like to profess verbally while existing in this present civilization. Take all of them. We will give you 1,000 years or so without bothering you. And let's see how nature respond to your godness. That would be such a beautiful thing. I will also express that on another level at a later time. So, Brother Mike, I hope I shared enough with love and respect, because remember, we're action based. We don't say words to offend, we say words to learn. We love to learn. So as not to be offensive. And if you are offended by it, remove yourself, because there are those who will not be offended, because we are running out of time. Because everybody deserves to have their space. So be around those who are offended by words alone, who don't worry about words when it comes to affecting them, or who do worry about words. Because I love freedom. I think there's enough room for everyone. This mingling seems to be a problem, and we tried it. So, Brother Mike, you do your part too, because I'm long winded on that little part.
Long-windedness that is not rhetoric is not long-windedness. Not in my book. Long-windedness that shows and proves itself in a factual evidence base is knowledge and wisdom that is opening itself up to be ascertained by the willing persons. I am a willing person of such long-windedness, such wisdom, such knowledge. I am thankful for the gods that such knowledge and such wisdom is still giving the grace of being open to be ascertained. Love has many different definitions. I have counted. There are 77 of those. 77 different definitions varying from 10 different approaches, 10 different cultures. 77 of them. But the one that seems to grasp me the most is the similarity between love and mania. When a person is in love, there is a tendency for them to do certain things that they wouldn't say that they would never do had they have not been in love for and with any manner of persons. Some say that they are in love with their spouse or their partner. Some say that they are in love with their culture, their family, be it a chosen one or one that they have the illusion of obligation to by genetics, being spawned into said bloodline. For the burning bush, we love wisdom, truth, fact, application. And that, from the outside looking in, for some people can be defined easily as mania, as some level of insanity and craziness. These are very relative terms. They grade on the scale of, as Brother Eli said, the size of the room. So when we say that we are driven by purpose, and because we are driven by purpose, a certain contract is already innately inferred that we will endure some affliction, that we will sustain certain amounts of pain and affliction that is designed for the transformation of us into a greater version, whether we believe it during the affliction or not. This is considered crazy. But if the entire room's capacity, except for yourself, wears a jacket with sleeves way too long for their hands and fingers to reach the end of them, henceforth a straight jacket, then yes, relatively speaking, we're the crazy one. We are the ones that test impossibility. We are dynamically the idiots and the savants, because we are not born wise and we strive for perfect form. Herein lies the rub, though. We spoke about the fine print being that we, unfortunately, have proven through millennia that we are not guaranteed certain reward for the work. There was, Brother Eli, a certain post on social media which was presented by herself, which enlightened me. It was speaking about Nikola Tesla in his final letter to his mother before dying, which he so eloquently says his entire life's work was met with humiliation. I have to give a space of thought for that. Nikola Tesla, the one who is responsible for a free energy that can be created by us, was met with humiliation for the entirety of his work. Was not until decades, eons after his death that we'll ever truly appreciate the work. Having to explain to the generation that goes past us that Elon Musk did not create Tesla vehicles, but Nikola Tesla was the creator of the work that was the catalyst for said vehicle. Yet Elon Musk is thought of by some as the genius and not Nikola Tesla. He was thought of as crazy. I am reminded also of Albert Einstein, that one who is thought of as a mastermind of mathematics. However, he failed certain levels of math and science as a child because he dared a mighty thing to challenge what was already being taught. And because of the relativity of the size in the room, he was thought of as an idiot, when indeed he was the savant. And it was not recognized in its totality or anywhere near the worth of his work until after that star had passed on. We cannot escape death, but the righteous never try to. As a matter of fact, the righteous embrace it, full arm and breastplate. Brother Eli and myself earlier this week spoke about the differences in generations in regards to talks of death. As you get closer and closer to the veil, say senior citizens, those who are in certain amounts of ailment and affliction, it almost becomes a term of endearment, an enjoyment, a competition even, on how much one can endure pain amongst another. Medications are in competition of which one is stronger, which painkiller has the more milligrams or IUs. Arthritis and blood pressure are conversation pieces amongst this group of people who are enduring the same pain together. And there's a camaraderie in that. Much like the generation before them that speak almost jovially of some of the traumas that they endure from receiving chastisement with certain inalienable, inanimate objects. How many times have we, in certain age demographics, spoke even lightly of what we were equipped with as children, to which a plethora of different inanimate objects will be presented into the conversation. Oh, I got hit with railroad tracks from my toys, or a chancla or a foot thong was thrown at me, or these manners of abuse, but it is thought of as jovial. We can joke, we can laugh about it. I'm talking about our pain, our suffering. This changes as we change. It made me think of family members in my own family who, upon their last weeks of existence on this planet, could not help but cry tears of joy as they were feeling the pain, because they felt in their heart that they would reach the zenith of it, which they cannot sustain in this form, thus receiving the cooling water, the sweet resolve of death, having to not have pain anymore. The retiring that I speak of, pain. Yet, we are taught the complete opposite of what is written in holy texts, in our dialects. We should mourn birth and celebrate the life after we ascend. It is the other way around. The ascension is met with mourning and tears and lamentation and regret of having not been given the roses while these people who have ascended could have smelled them. And when the beasts of burden are brought onto a troubled world through the wombs of women, they are met with laughter and lavish gifts, despite even said woman or man involved wanting to take on that mantle of responsibility of bringing this child into the world. All of these are contracts, and the fine print is the suffering. And in that fine print, we have come to find that as those who are called get closer towards that veil, they tend to believe it is easier because they have fewer responsibilities to think about. They have fewer friends to, as we say, keep up with the Joneses for. Gravity has overcome the figure of the aesthetic, and therefore it is easier to settle down versus having the carefreeness and choice and choosing love over lust. No one said that the righteous path was easy. No one ever said that it would be this difficult either. It is in a language that is 90% non-verbal, in the illusion of being understood. It is hidden in many different actions, the pain that is endured and sustained. It is congratulated only by those who are in the same ring of affliction. However, in the maturity of this wisdom, we can find ourselves beyond our human years through books that are not afraid to explain the contract to us, in bills that are not afraid of explaining the affliction to us, a prepared knowledge for the obstacles that are to come. And that said, as cliche as this may sound, with knowing what I know now, which is nothing, I still choose the righteous path. It is a path that is somewhat lonely. It is that, to a degree, lonely. However, it is only because it filters out the disruptions from the path and reveals those other brick layers to create the build. That is the fine print within the fine print. You will find certain promises are fulfilled. One of them being that in that loneliness, you can transform it through that heat and pressure, through the striking of these conversations, the new form, which is serenity in the solace of solitude. This is the reason why there are monks upon the zeniths of mountains right now who have no worries other than the mission that is placed before them. This might not sound alluring to many. As a matter of fact, I implore those who do not see it alluring to enjoy their rewards, maybe even better than I would enjoy mine, if they even ever come. But for those in this circle, there are certain inside jokes that we can share that we both smile and laugh at. That there are certain pains that will sustain, that will have battle scars upon our bodies, upon our minds, upon our spirits, upon the 0.11195% that is the soul of ourselves. That is understood. And it is that understanding that does indeed sustain me and that circle. Is it always enjoyable? No. Is it always the first choice? No. For the most righteous, it was the only choice. First infers that there's a second. Let us take on in this long suffering that is spoken of, which is in the definition of love in the Bible, absolutely. Much in the way that the Eastern world sees love. May I have the ability of extending my hand to my brother and embrace it without innuendo or thought of my manhood being compromised. May I be able to hold and hug and embrace my brother, full arm and breastplate, in loving kindness. May I be able to sup with this person, with these people, with this circle, creating sacred spaces wherever two or more of us shall meet, because it is written that when that occurs, God is present. And if even the gods had sacrificial lambs, which had to be at their best to even be taken, may we see that as a contract fulfilled. For that when we are done, of which we'll never know the day, there will be a well done uttered by someone or something, and it will be well deserved. Will it come at a monetary value? We do not know. Will it come in the manner of multiple virgins? We do not know. But it will come with a legacy that will outlive us, given the circle continues, that there is proof that righteousness was seen through. It was said earlier that hate conquers. And to much degree it has. It does. But there are instances through the continuation of generations that absolve generational curses through the existences of certain words being uttered that were once thought of as spitballing that became philosophy that has become idealized, thus making them engraven idols. For we seek not reverence of those beneath that understanding, but seek respect amongst persons as brethren, which is the greatest title that you can ever receive. Will I drive a Bentley one day? I do not know. Will I wear the finest of leather it took from a serpent that died of natural causes and placed them upon my feet? I do not know. Will I know that tonight I have indeed received a gift of grace and gratitude from my fellow brother? Yes. And that is far richer than any finite experience. So long as I have breath, so long as I have a sound mind and body, which is indeed my choice, the electromagnetic stimulation that happens within the synapses of my skull, my memory of that respect has to be the foundation towards that well done, to reach one amongst a burning city and to not turn into stone by turning back. That is my reward for my suffering, for my brother, the battle scars that we share. I will allow that to be enough for me.
That was amazing, Brother Mike. I would just like to share this. It is so important to know, where are you going? I hope you can take these foundations, because most of the time we look at something and just automatically want to say, oh, I like to do that, or I may want to play basketball, I may want to play sports, I may want to be an astronaut. So most of the time we don't know what it will take to be that NBA player, that astronaut, that musician, that artist. And that's why I think it's so important to inform people or ask them, oh, you like the burning bush concept. Okay, when you, in your quiet minds, where you see yourself in 5 years? You have to ask yourself that question. Because when you in a situation such as the burning bush, it's something that's going to last. It's consistent like existence. I remember watching Queen Elizabeth II funeral. I was amazed to know that she, or how her casket was made, and how long ago it was made. It was 30 years. And I thought about that. So you look at that. You are fitted for your funeral and your casket way beyond the scope when it's time for you to physically die. That is a level of maturity right there. And that's what I'm saying. People like to judge royalty, and they don't have a clue the responsibility it takes to be royal on an excellent level, or a level that the world will respect. I don't know anyone who have already been fitted, their casket been fitted for their body. I mean, even life insurance, or because you see people who need donations for their funerals. Now, if you think about that, if I am 49 and I subtract 30 years, I was 19 years old. And can you imagine having that conversation? Say, hey, it's time today to go get your casket made. So that is some maturity. That is a reality, and I give much respect to such minds. They also use a type of wood that will not decompose when her body had to be above ground for an extensive amount of time. And I think it was made with some level of metal or nickel or something of such. So I'm looking at this. I'm like, when you see average people, their life is not as near as organized nor maintained as royalty. As I age in life, I can see things that I could not see when I was younger. I did not understand the man who was driving that 1979 Mercedes Benz in the 80s. And it looked brand new. So you can imagine looking at a vehicle with its original parts driving on a road maybe 10, 20, 30 years, 40, 50 years later. From the average mind, they say, oh, it's such a nice car, and they keep it moving. But from a person of consideration, they said, well, I see people buying new cars every 2 years, or I look on a freeway and there are so many cars that's broken down and they look so decomposed and just look raggedy. So, what would it take to maintain a vehicle for 40 or 50 years? Hmm. Well, let's look into that. The person, for the most part, have to have a knowledge of this particular vehicle. The person would have to have a level of stability, meaning that they receive a level of income that will not compromise the maintenance of this thing that is not needed. The vehicle is not as important as food, nor water, nor electricity. So the individual had to have a level of stability that supersede the needs compared to the wants. Also, the person had to have the time to wash the car, to keep it clean, and the environment. Because you see a lot of cars who've been outside. You see rust, you see the fading of the color or the glossiness of the paint. So this individual had to once in a while wash it and maintain the wax on the inside and the outside, because you have weather damage as well. You have like just all types of things that can happen to an object, animate or inanimate. So that person had to have that type of knowledge. And most people do not have that. Most people don't have the knowledge nor the testicular fortitude to maintain anything, let alone a castle, or let alone a custom that might be annoying to a young person. I remember Prince Harry or Prince William were little exhausted because of the culture of being royal. But if you look at that, these things maintain the image that we enjoyed because we watch those who don't have traditions and cultures and how their environment just decomposes itself. I mean, in a little foolish environment called the black community, we had the grandmother that maintained the family and maybe the Thanksgiving dinners and things of that nature. And we remember the Christmases and the Thanksgiving of how all the brothers and sisters, the aunties and nephews, the children were around, and it was a beautiful thing. And then when old grandmother died, all of that just went away. So you have to tell yourself, how would one maintain a particular tradition for 4 to 500 years? What type of strength and discipline does that take? So when you look at integrity and fortitude and things are the things that you do not have the ability to maintain with integrity, it will behoove you, but you can do whatever you want, you know me, but it will behoove a person like myself to be silent when I look at things that I may not understand. I remember Queen Elizabeth II was rolling around the streets with a casket made of, I mean, not a casket, but a vehicle made of gold. I mean, made of gold. That means you had to be so stable and so mindful of your environment to have a gold chariot for over 70 years. Because on earth, we have wars. We have so many people that want what you have. So, what will it take, or what does it take for someone to have a chariot that is made of gold to be in their space for 70 years? You can't even maintain your bank account for 70 years, let alone your teeth. So there are so many things that we can think about, that I think about. I love to talk about myself. Like this woman's society I was saying in the former part. I think women are amazing because I listened and heard a mother goddess. I never had heard a male's voice while I was meditating. But I don't have the same perspective as most women have. Most women, to me, in the modern times in America, specifically the black community, which I know a little better than other cultures. Black American women in modern times. To me, these look like art. To me, they just seem like a bunch of immature souls in this particular body. I think these are souls that are not fully qualified to exist in a woman's form. These souls are so disrespectful to a woman, the makeup of a woman, that it is sickening. When I was younger, I discovered that a lot of little girls thought their little vaginas were ugly. They hated their menses. They didn't like growing breasts because they couldn't be a tomboy anymore. A lot of these little girls are these souls in woman form. Hated The elder women of church, they hated them because they told them to sit in the proper way and to close your legs. These girls hated women of wisdom, and the women of wisdom hated little girls. I'm just looking at these souls because I don't see flesh. I look at the soul. I'm like, who are you? When you look at a woman, that form, the level of insight to even know that your body is alignment with nature. You can physically see the moon and physically see your womb have a relationship. You don't like that? You can see how little girls can look through their it's called peripheral vision. I remember because I study everything. I remember I said, how do these things do that? They can know what socks you're wearing before you walk around the corner of a building. This is when I was younger. This is when I was learning. I'm like, because I had 6 sisters. I'm looking at all this intuitiveness and all of this ability of discipline. Even to this very day, the most uneducated, undisciplined, unappreciative Negro little girl in the ghettos of America, handwriting is beautiful. They have no education. I'm like, who is doing this? Because some of us take many years to try to get our penmanship in a way that you can read it. They don't look like chicken scratch, but you can take the dumbest, the lowest, the most evil and wicked Negro little girl, and she have her penmanship is excellent. I'm like, I remember when I was school, these ungrateful souls in women form who hated their menses. I was like, why are they allowed to wear hats in school? They get so many benefits for just being in a woman's form. I'm talking about souls. But they have so much hatred. Oh, I'm pregnant. Oh, I have to breastfeed. It's so many quote unquote educated women hate breastfeeding. I'm like, this before I discovered that 30% of all women on earth are are supposed to have babies. Most of them are not made to be a mother. I know this emphatically. That's why our population is so abused. So I'm looking at this. I'm saying, well, I remember my mother was born 1932 and she had 10 children. They was breastfed for like 2 years. And women hate breastfeeding a baby. This is how low that soul is. Because a lot of little girls know how to read and write easily. It's just come naturally to a lot of them. It's like, wow, where do you get these skills from? And they abuse them because their souls are wicked. Remember, we evidence based. But they balance because a wicked, evil woman, she always do good. For example, you see the trashiest woman in the ghetto. She is trash, but she will let you live with her for free. You know what I'm saying? Because my sister was one. My sister would be drunk and her body would just be all over the mess, be messy. And she even used to beat my sister with one of those little bats. But if you needed a place to stay, she was there. So y'all have a balance, with y'all wickedness. Y'all know how to not be totally annihilated because y'all know how to give mercy when it's needed. I studied that too. I'm like, man, y'all know how to get to that edge when that sword is about to cut your head off and you do something like, oh, let's pull back. So y'all crafty. Whew. But anyway, We have come to learn when you breastfeed, that same belly that you don't like, that you carry from having the baby. When you breastfeed, it pulls your womb up. Unless you did a lot of exercising before, but it kind of pulls your womb up. It helps. So y'all have a mastery of nature. Even when you look at the level of sensory glands in the nose of a woman, there are thousands more in a woman's nose in the brain than a man. All of these gifts. Yet you find all of these immature souls in this divine flesh called a woman's body. The mitochondria, DNA, all of this divinity in the woman's body. But you see the fake eyelashes and the fake hair and the makeup and all this altering of something that is masterful enough to create a Jesus Christ or Adolf Hitler. Because of your consciousness, it goes into the child, despite not producing the sperm or the spark to create the child. Y'all do all of this mining, like mining in the ground. I don't like my eyelash. I don't like my smile. I don't like my nose. I don't like my hair. I don't like my nails. I don't like my toenails. I don't like my butt. I don't like my waist. I don't like my back. I don't like my eyes. I don't like my height. I don't like my chin. I don't like my teeth. I don't like my ears. I don't like my eyebrows. I don't like my hair. I don't like the kitchen. I have to wake up because I like to look good. You don't like nothing that the great mother created. You spend trillions of dollars on cosmetics. And that's why nature says this is how much trash you are as a soul. Let's talk about nature. This is not me. Because trash is something that was used and needed. But when the object was taken out, you didn't need it anymore. If you have the most expensive diamond ring, it comes in a package. It don't just come just with the ring. They beautify this package. You take the valuable thing out, and then you take the package and you throw it away. That is what I mean by trash. Because I know most of you humans, y'all are offended by these words. Y'all lack education. Y'all lack discipline. Because low life humans, this is all you have proven to do. You can be nice to a low life human for 1,000 years, and you do one thing that is bad and wrong, and they will remember that one thing compared to the 1,000 years of good. This is the reality. That is trash because you don't have the value anymore. Because even plants, if you show reciprocity, you see the beauty in plants. If you see animals, if you give them love, they show a love in return. They're not a black hole that you constantly have to give and still are not satisfied. Like Prince says, my mother was never satisfied. But anyway, back to this behavior of hating something so magnificent. When I look at a woman who loves being a woman and she take care of herself, you talking about the genius of God. When you talk about a righteous woman who is feminine and love being a woman, when she speaks and talk in this room and you hear her voice, the gentleness of her voice, the gentleness of her touch, like when these type of women are in a room. I remember when I was growing up, you seen a righteous woman. She was dressed modestly. She could be around all the men. They may be throwing dice. smoking cigarettes. This is back in the 80s. This trashy, man. This man just gutterly smoking, cussing, all this kind of stuff. When a righteous woman was walking by, they noticed it. They put up the dice. They hid the cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, hey, Mrs. Such and Such, she may have been a mother, a single mother. So she may have had a child that was out of wedlock. But she had dignity in the ghetto. She had dignity. She may have been in an apartment, but her steps were swept. She may have had a little plant out there in the ghetto. She took care of her feminine self in the most raunchiest neighborhoods. So when she opened the door, it was like, here comes such and such. Okay, let's put this away. Let's put the cars up. The worst of men just show respect. And when she walked by, they says, well, we hope you have a good day at work. Because she was going to work in the morning while they was playing dice that morning. So I remember these type of women. I remember watching TV shows of these women. Their child or nephew may have been doing something that was not respectable. So they are selling drugs. And the electric is cut off of this refined woman who may had her children out of wedlock. But she was dignified in her Jesus, in her flesh, and in her room. These are the environments that you walk outside beyond her steps and it was trash and it was just stinky and even homeless people. But inside it was clean and orderly. So her electric was off. Her nephew heard who was a drug dealer. Oh man, my aunt's electric is off. So let me go give her some money. Did you know this woman didn't accept the money because it was drug money? I grew up watching this type of woman. This feminine, respectable woman who loved Jesus, who may have had one child or two out of wedlock, she represent a level of refinement. The world bowed down to her. I'm talking about the ghetto men. They bowed down to this woman, not 1 week, 2 weeks, but it was a consistent thing. And guess what? A lot of little girls didn't like this woman when she was in church because she kept them in order. Because a lot of little girls are very crafty, very mischievous. Remember, I'm old enough. I know you emphatically. You have all of these gifts that boys and men don't know nothing about, especially when it comes to energy. Yes, I can send out certain energy and I see how y'all respond. Yes, I have graduated to the point to see what y'all was given by God or the Great Mother. Y'all, ooh. I spoke about this thing when I was younger. A man may cheat from the outside, but a woman will cheat from within. I'm going to say that again because I'm speaking in authority because I know the truth. Even though at the moment I'm just expressing words. I'm just expressing words. But I don't care how you feel in this circle because only those who love truth over emotionalism is desired. So I said, a man may cheat from the outside, but a woman will cheat from within. And let's give a little example of that. A woman appreciates things like a man's scent. A woman appreciate a thing when it comes for cooking for a man. And let's prove this point. If you ask a righteous woman in her heart, if you find your husband or your boyfriend just having a basic conversation with you about another woman's cooking, that is extremely offensive. That is cheating from a woman's perspective. How dare you? That is almost the same level as if your husband found you physically having sex with another man. Y'all do not necessarily care about physical intercourse when it comes to emotional intimacy with another person. See, I'm just scratching the surface about you people. We do know all about you, and we sit back and watch and see your mischievousness. So that's why I'm bringing these things up, because y'all know when y'all go too far, for some reason, y'all know how to go to the edge. And that's why prophet deal with whores, because whores are such beautiful women, because they're honest. They're very honest. And when you deal with the Bible, you see how the children of Israel did not murder a whore nor her home, because she hid them there and allowed the whores in the ancient time and modern times seen a lot of righteous men have intercourse with them because they had desires that was not fulfilled. My mother spoke about prostitutes and whores many years ago when I didn't understand the need of whores being around, because y'all fulfill a certain need. And when you talk to real whores and prostitutes, they've been intimate with very powerful men and powerful people in secret, and they maintain these secrets. And when you have sex with a woman, you give out a certain level of energy and knowledge, because women, for some reason, communicate with men non-verbally. Like if you have physical intercourse with a woman, you are feeding DNA information and other level information, which she can tune into. And that's why she knows the things that you desire even before you know them, because she learned these things when she was born through her mother. These are exchanges are genetically. This is how high value you guys are when you dwell in this type of body as a woman. There is so much communication when you have a woman's body that is infinite. You even communicate to the soul before you get impregnated with the sperm. That is why some women in the ghetto know to allow her son to do certain things when she would not allow her daughter to do certain things, because she communicated with the soul when it was growing in her womb. I'm not going to go into the deepest parts of what I know about that woman's body, but I'm going to tell you something. Souls in women flesh. When existence created that, it created a marvel. It created something that the human mind cannot fully grasp. Because we have to learn science when it comes to the vagina and the womb and how the egg comes and produce. But when y'all are dealing with these things biologically, y'all learn these things when y'all quiet y'all's life and quiet y'all's mind down. Y'all get access to this knowledge way before a man could even comprehend these things that I'm scratching the surface on. I'm just scratching the surface on how amazing a woman's body, the intelligence of the breast, even the womb. I'm going to tell you something, brothers. The womb, the vagina, the walls of the vagina moves and it contracts and things on its own sometimes. This is what women not going to tell you. Even when they have these men, the body is intelligent. It's so divine. Just think, it knows when to produce the colostrum when the baby is born. The conscious soul and the body don't not have nothing to do with that. The intelligence of the woman's body does it on its own. It produces the colostrum, what ignites or starts the immune system of that new child. Remember, these are trillions of cells that are conscious, that one will trigger the other. All this stuff is going on simultaneously with the woman's body. Now, again, I'm just scratching the surface. I'm not going to many levels, especially when it comes to spiritually, of how your stomach will react to certain things when someone pass away. Or, I'm just not going to go there. So, to sum up that little version is this. To the 30% of the women, and for some reason, a lot of them are nuns. Because so many nuns, when they come in little girls, they wanted 9 children. And they would be fit to be a good mother. Because, speaking of myself personally, I can talk to a child and I like being a father. Whew, you talking about, I don't get exhausted because I remember listening to women. Oh, I'm tired of this 2 or 3 children. Man, I did everything. I love it. So it's something that have to be innate. You just can't be a man or be a woman and be a parent. It's something that you have to be. It have to be in you because you don't get exhausted over things. Like I never get exhausted changing diapers. Matter of fact, even when the pregnancy was there, I never got exhausted going to the store. You know what I'm saying? I just don't get all the stuff that people get exhausted over. I just never get exhausted. Never got exhausted. I never got too tired. And then, at 3 o'clock in the morning when they wake up, no, I wasn't. Oh man, they whining. No, I never experienced that. Never. And you got some women that's like that as well. That means they were designed for that specific purpose. So again, when you look at a woman, so little young man, I'm gonna say this to you. In our circle, in our space, we do not entertain these type of women who are disrespectful. What I mean by that is when you see a mischievous little girl and she tune into your energy and on an intuitive level, she know that you are highly smart and y'all may be in your final years of was it elementary school? Yes, elementary school. I was going to middle school. Let me go to middle school. Elementary school. Yeah. When she tune in to you and she's mischievous. So she used her craftiness on you. Like she may walk by you or bump into you or even punch you in the face because she likes you. They do whatever it takes to get your attention. Even if she is the trashiest soul, who is the most mischievous thing that you know, that her great grandmother even hate. And she have battles with her great grandmother on an energetic level. That's what they do. Don't ever disrespect her in return. Young man, when you are in our circle, we do not retaliate against those who do us wrong on purpose and those who do us wrong that was not on purpose. We are divine beings. We are gentlemen. So even if we're making $5 an hour or $500,000 an hour, we will treat the whore and the executive the same. We will treat the obese and the ones who are fit the same because we are educated on what a woman is, not an idea of a woman. And young brothers, if you do come around us and we educate you on, we look at the divinity of that body, which can breastfeed you and cook for you and have sex with you at the same time. Think about that. And touch you. So she touch you with her soft hands. She may can be giving you physical sex. She can be riding you, cooked you a meal, and massage you all at the same time and love you. Even God will not give you that. Because most religions, even the Holy Quran says, the only heaven you will have is a righteous woman. So even God will move out of the way when you have a woman who wants to please you. There is nothing like that. No money can provide that. No material things can provide that. There is nothing in heaven. No angel can provide that. When you have a woman who truly loves you and she's in her feminine energy and she want to give her all to you, there is nothing that can provide that for you. So, knowing that, young man, so if you're around these people that may be disrespecting yourself, when it comes to your space, they walk through your force field, you always going to be honorable and respectful towards them, no matter how or what they do to themselves or others. Also, you must distance yourself from them because, again, we do not have to always be in an uncomfortable situation because we deserve to be happy as well. So, once again, young man, no matter what you see here or whatever, because these people are connected to something that you are not connected to. And I'm not going to go into that because I've been here talking a little while. But again, in this particular circle, in this particular group in the burning bush, we honor all women, but we will not be around you because we love Mother Nature. And Mother Nature and you guys have this perfect relationship. And she know how to deal with you on her own terms. And that's why any woman who have dealt with me, I never retaliated, even when they lied on me. I just sat back and allowed nature to retaliate. And that is an equal footing when you allow Mother Nature to deal with her daughters because she knows them and we do not. And she have the authority to judge them. And we do not have the authority to judge them in our space. Now, if they come in our space, we have a right to cut your head off. That's just how it works because you demand to be in our space. And we said, no, please, because we have serious laws here and we don't want to hurt a divine being. Blessings, beautiful ones.
Contract, the fine print in those contracts. Women wound mankind. It's a contract. A lot of fine print, apparently written in the most eloquent of calligraphy. There are many who refuse contract. There is a such thing also as a breach contract. There are penalties for breaching of contract. Why? Because if our word is to be bond and we break our word, there is a payment for that. Brother Eli has said so much that some would think it was all of it. Again, it was only the tip of the iceberg, which we know by science, icebergs only show up to 10% of its true size. There is so much underneath the surface. But breach of contract has repercussions, has a certain cost. So, young man, or mankind, or souls in whichever flesh that was obligated to you the moment you spawned onto this existence in this planet. You have a contract that will start many clauses of many other contracts that develops into other contracts that are so intertwined and so intermingled that it is so important that when the contract is passed down to you and you sign your name in blood to fulfill that contract. The 33% get a slightly different contract. The other 66.6% get a different contract. The 5% that are the gods get a different contract. The 10% who will know the knowledge of the gods and yet teach the ignorant to the 85 get a different contract. The 85% that are dumb, deaf, and blind get a different contract. We only ask that you fulfill your contract. This will be the end of the liturgical side of the bill. We will do so in the same fashion as we have always done, realizing that of all of the elements that are comprised together to form this circle, we must always come back to the ultimate symbol of passion and power that obtains a certain poise in the shape of the flame or the candle. Cannot complain against the darkness and the harshness. It instead emits itself, then admits to itself that it is everything that it needed. It is the light, and we are that light. We will not cast this out by blowing it away from us. That would be a disservice to the elements. Instead, we will take it in, realizing that we indeed are this light, and if we are to show and prove this, we will do this action in solidarity. We take it in, and we will prove beyond a shadow of doubt that we are not harmed. Many blessings and a multitude of gratitude, regardless of your state of refinement, confinement, solace, or solitude. Before we go into the after hours section, we will give a brief moment to recognize and remember the legacy that is being cast here, the burning bush itself. Blessing. Now we are back, and now the glasses come off, and we get a chance to be a different multitude layer of ourselves as brethren. How are you, brother? I am thankful for our connection here.
Brother, I think I hear a little echo. I'm sorry. As you know, since I love being honest, I don't think it's fair for the younger generation to just not receive someone who's authentic. You know, watching all the people I know just pass away and die, and seeing death from a different perspective. Because when I was younger, when somebody dies, oh, you felt sad, but you just kept it going. Like my friend died, I think we was 17. I was like, oh, he's dead. Oh man. you know. But seeing people die at this age is it's a different perspective. It's like you are void. I mean, it's like almost a physical void compared to when you're younger because you had so much life to live. It's like you didn't even think about it. Oh man, such and such died and rest in peace. All right, let's go play some basketball. But when you get
A lot of
older,
truth there.
oh yes, sir. But when you get older, like now, like because I'm fasting, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be very honest, this is going on my fourth week that I'm like, man, I don't even need to fast. Maybe I need to drink some water or get some soup, because it's almost 9 years. And remember I spoke about that reciprocity part. When you get to the point that you don't see the value in it no more, because I don't view death like I did when I was younger. I don't view living to 120 like I did when I maybe even 10 years ago, 6 years ago. I don't see it the same. I don't see the value in it like I did. And I love observing the conscious and the new conscious. For example, when I was told to take cold showers 3 in the morning, I started taking cold showers 3 in the morning. I was doing perfectly for a good month. And a little quiet voice came into my head and say, Elias, you've been doing good. You should start taking cold showers every other day. And as soon as that thought finished its thought or its word, I said to myself in my mind, why wasn't you there to say that when I was inspired to start taking cold showers every day in the first place? And that voice went away. So I'm always into battling the unseen. I'm very well because I have many years of dealing with these thoughts that enter one's mind. So these are new things while I'm entering to a new force field, because your body vibrates on a different level when you get older. Like I said, I remember when I saw that one sister just walking across when I was at the airport. She had gray hair. I was like, whoa, I think she's cute. Now, mind you, when I was younger, I was finicky. I was very a finicky young gentleman. So I'm really dealing with just being the same person, but valuing different things. I never imagined as a teenager seeing somebody with gray hair as attractive. Like gray hair, nah, that's these old people. There's a lot of stuff, brother Mike. You know what I'm saying, that my being is realizing and dealing with, and shuffling through these layers of new awarenesses that's old by reading a book or watching a movie, but it's new within my own purpose. Yes, very new within my own specific purpose.
It's funny that you said shuffle, and it makes me think about the person that loves to say the words, "Oh, I just, I played the cards that I was dealt." Right? We shuffle cards, right? And some people play these cards. Some of them are tarot cards, and it'll tell them what they're supposed to do according to their horoscope and what their fifth and third house and all of these other things that supposedly already tell them what their destiny is before they even get a choice to choose or even give them the illusion of choice. But the idea of a shuffle, the idea of a shuffle, of it being left to chance, dare I say it, I don't, I'd rather leave it as a dance. We have a Hollywood shuffle. We have a hustle and a bustle. We have a way to dance. And Alan Watts says this eloquently, way more eloquently than I could. This was a man who was in that stage of life that you speak of in the 1960s. So at 1975 was I think he was that was near his end at that time when he ascended. But His lectures still are played on social media to this very day. And one of the things that he says is life is a dance, and you're supposed to enjoy the dance. You're not supposed to think about the last movement. If you think of it as something that is so meaningful that you have to get to the final destination, then a symphony is going to just be as powerful as the last note. So we'll rush to the last note. It'll only be one note long. But a dance, all of these things that are deemed meaningless, there's a significance in the timbre, in the tone, in the pitch, in the repetitions, in the intricacies of them, that you enjoy the song. You enjoy the verses. You enjoy the dance. And I do realize that those who are so purpose driven on what that final destination is going to be never seem to get a chance to truly enjoy the dance. Because we're told that's a sin to do that. Certain things that we want to enjoy are thought of as sinful. They're thought of as prideful. They're thought of as being greedy. And it feels like a disservice from somebody from the outside looking in. That's unfair. But, my brother, when we talk about this contract and the breach of the contract, and recognizing that we're not the 85, that we're not the 10, that the God deemed us this strong to be able to bear this when we didn't necessarily ask to be this strong. When you say that God won't put anything more on you than we can bear. Who told you I wanted to be this strong?
Yeah, we gotta find out who said that, man.
who in the world or outside of the world said that we wanted to be this strong? And I think that there's an answer to that, but it comes from a place where we won't receive that answer until we're already gone. It's a future answer. Knowledge is more than one word, is it not? We know the ledge so we do not fall off. So, by example, we're showing by example, these are where the potholes are. This is where that little fork in the road is. This is where that quicksand is in that forest. This is where that snake is going to come to try to bite you. And that way, someone along the line is going to have a blueprint of the footprints and the steps that they should take to protect themselves to get further down the line than we did. We'll get to a point, though, where we want to see that in action. We want to see our children in action doing this. We want to see them succeed in doing it. Some child that we consider in the village as our own achieve this. And we search for this. Whole lives we search for this. And we come up with next to nothing. Is that not the definition of what a star is? For a star is some light that is so many light years away that a lot of them that we see right now are probably been dead for a long time. It's the cards we were dealt. We choose to shuffle them not as chance but as a dance. Now I remember Brother Eli last week in our after hours, you were speaking about how you could move, man. you could dance. And I see that. I see that in the knowledge that is shared in the bill, how you've danced. You danced through Skid Row, helping people. You danced through when you had nothing and you still found a means to give. Glory be to the gods to do such a thing. Ask a task of not even necessarily righteousness. You just thought it was the thing to do innately. As innate as the colostrum. As innate as that. Because there's a part of us in that contract that is inferred that says that love should be innate. We are the only species that has to teach ourselves how to be more of ourselves. Birds don't have to learn from books to be better birds. Worms do not have to learn how to be better worms. Caterpillars do not have to be taught how to butterfly, do they? No, but we as human beings have to be taught how to love, how to be more human, humane, how to be more eloquent and tactful. Yes,
Please,
please build on
please
this.
pause. Please. Okay. There were infiltrators who try to advance humans on this earth before their time. I want you to add that part in there because we have to ask, why did the fish man leave the lake to go talk to the pygmy tribe? You know what I'm saying? What compelled these beings to even consider to leave their good, loving place to come deal with the savages? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I always thought about that because it was them that did it, not nature. They said that we should have books. Nature didn't say that. They did it. And that's why when you went to the gods or the fallen angels, they talked the herbs and plants and how to paint and fire. So these are beings who are not creation itself. They the one got us doing stuff on this particular earth that we were not divinely or evolutionary, if you will, to grow into naturally. It's been reported that we've been forced to advance um than to do these things, not to read and write and have books, but just to be in nature and all that kind of stuff. So I want to put that part in there, brother.
I'm thankful for that. That is very important. That is very important because the question seems to always arise amongst the awakened when we talk about things like, I don't know, culture and religion, that if Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the light, and a savage, an indigenous person never knows that God or that Christ or that presence, do they not get heaven? Do they not get salvation because they never knew, based upon the innocence or ignorance thereof that took them away from knowing the word of God? Now, here's the thing. All of the words, though they might be in a different language, they're all the same message. They're all the exact same message. The message is that God is love, that we have the capacity to love, so that God is us. Self love, love for other people, and the opposition against those who oppose love, who are the bullies that we talk about in these bills.
But brother Mike, that's the interpretation of the ones who come in to judge the savages. The savages already got a level of love through the evolution of nature. That's what they are telling what the savages what love is, not what they naturally learn what love is.
When we think about the idea of savages in thinking of love, we're thinking it's almost thought of as they're profane and we're civilized, when it can be thought of actually the other way around. Definitely the other way around. Because it's innate for them to care for their brother. It's innate for them to have a meal and share the meal, to hunt and share what was hunted. But for us, we'll have classes and certain passcodes and cheat codes into certain fraternities and orders to say they deserve this or that. The idea of society by a theory of what human is limiting, because those who are thought of in that society that are the opposite, that are savages, understand how much closer they are to God than they are to anything else because they're in nature. I'll give you another example. Gardening, right? Okay, so did they have lawnmowers in the Garden of Eden? Did they have weed whackers in Gethsemane? Did they have did they have a certain horticulture that had to be taught? No, it was innate. And everything worked in a certain order, was not disrupted. Gardening, by the theory of how humanity sees horticulture and gardening, agriculture and gardening, it literally makes the land unnatural on purpose to control it, versus taking all of these coexistences, placing them in certain, allowing them to naturally do what they're going to do anyway.
Remember,
That's
tilling the soil was a punishment that we, because in Genesis they didn't have to do it. So tilling the soil was a punishment. Having a garden, growing your food was a punishment.
yes, yes. Now, here's the thing about the punishment. This is a part of the burning bush as well. This is a part of the refinement as well. Those who are farmers, right? 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years ago, if you were to place them in the same ages as we are today, they were much more agile, much more strength in the girding of their wounds. They were stronger because they subjected their muscular stature to a certain amount of endurance. Just like lifting any weights, it's a certain amount of pain. There's a certain amount of pain that brings us up to a certain level. In order to ascertain certain knowledge, more than just reading a book, there was some type of application somewhere, and either by the self or vicariously, there was some pain endured, which proved that wisdom to be true. That's in life, that's in death, that's in love, that's in everything.
Brother, let's throw some
Let's do some examples, yes.
yeah, let's because I have a couple questions. I want to go into the layers. When you spoke about that, when you look at those who might live a little longer, 400 year plus, may be able to travel off the earth, these beings don't have no muscles at all. I mean, they're so flimsy, but they have strength in the cerebral cortex. So in the Garden of Eden, we were designed not to um grow scars, because that's muscles when you continue to scar. So muscles are nothing but a lot of scars stacked up on top of each other. So we have to ask the question: if you exercise your brain, and you can do that until you die, but you cannot exercise your muscles until you die, You can walk or you can stretch and do yoga, but lifting weights, you cannot. So actually building muscle seems to be a sin if you're not in alignment with yourself. For example, we are designed to eat food every 3 or 4 days. We're designed to drink water pretty much every day. So if we're designed to eat three or once or twice a week, that means this whole thing is out of bounds, because even when they fed rats 1 meal a day, they live longer than the rats that did not eat 1 meal a day. So if creation say that the less you eat, the longer you live, no matter your ethnicity. So if you got beings who are not the higher beings, yet they decide to eat physical food and they don't break the contract of eating physical food every 3 days, they will live longer than those who eat every day and lift weights and exercise and go jogging, because even in certain cultures, women didn't have menstrual cycles. And that's why you even have really extreme healthy athletes who don't have menstrual. So it's just so many things I think that might be a curse, and we are using these curses as if they are a benefit because we are ignorant of their creation, of why they exist in our reality in the first place. Because remember, in Genesis, all animals were vegans. You could even take a dog and make it a vegan, a lion, a tiger. So the fall, just think about this, Brother Mike. A fork is actually a curse. Fire is a curse. Elias, you're crazy. Fire is a curse. And let me prove it. When we did not have fire as primitives, we were like animals, warm-blooded animals who don't have runny noses while existing in the snow during winter, because they eat the natural stuff that's not cooked. I'm very specific with my words. Warm-blooded animals that don't have homes and kitchens and stuff, they eat the natural stuff because food grow in seasons. So remember, the earth spins. So the earth is like a cooking pot. It turns, right? So when the earth cooked the plant and the fruit properly, due to the alignment of galaxies and stars, all this stuff is interconnected, and we eat it, we get the most substance for it. And then we don't eat as much. We get the proper sugars. I remember this comedian said that if God wanted more salt, because black folks, we get a tomato, cut it in half and put salt on it. He said if God wanted more salt, he would put more salt. I mean, that's what we do, is add more salt to something that God said, no, I didn't want more salt there. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to think about that. I just thought about that. Actually, I thought about this when I was 19. I remember I said, wait a minute, a fork in a kitchen. The more we advance technologically, meaning that the information that was given to us by someone else, we're not as healthy, nor we not as happy. There's a lot of things that's missing due to the so-called advancement because of books and because of recycled or knowledge that's been passed down to former generations, or wisdom that we appreciate. It seemed on our stage, when we don't have fires and stuff, when we live in it, because even, I don't know about you, Brother Mike, you can answer this. Number one, have you ever taken cold showers or cold baths?
Yes. And have
Number
felt the benefits of this. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Number two, when you take cold showers and cold baths, and I've done this myself for long periods of time, when you walk outside, I remember being in winter, I took my shirt off and it was wintertime and I wasn't cold. So your body adapts, is intelligent. So I think since we're always in warm weather and all these things, we don't adapt with nature. We suffer, because I never seen a deer with a runny nose.
That's good. That is very good. Oh, okay. So there's a homeostasis in everything in existence. Homeostasis. This is a physiological term. This is strictly our anatomical structure, we're talking about science here. When we are under 98.6 degrees inside of our body, in our organs, our body will do whatever it takes by any means necessary to bring it back to 98.6. This has been proven. When a person suffers through hypothermia, extreme cold, if they are to die by their heart not being able to pump enough blood to their bodies, the very last thing that will happen is they will get so extremely hot, despite how cold the temperatures are, they will start to take off all of their clothing. If a person goes through extreme amounts of heat, what will happen? They will dehydrate because they will sweat all of the water from their bodies to cool themselves to 98.6 degrees. It has a ton of work that goes upon the heart, and it gets the heart to stop beating. We only die from two things. I don't care how creative the Creator destroys. We die from two things: our heart no longer beating, or we no longer breathe. There has been experiments that are done with, since we actually did before the after hours bring up Hitler, that were done by Nazis, and how much of the body can be taken away from the organs and it still survive. There's an experiment where a person's head was severed 3/4 of the way. A tube was placed inside the trachea, through the larynx to the trachea, and electromagnetic stimulation was placed onto the heart to keep it beating. The head was cut to the side. There was a hole from here to here, and he stayed alive. There is a video that is still on YouTube to this day where there was a splicing of sorts with different beings: the head of a dog, body of a human. And they were placed with certain electromagnetic mechanisms just to see if the headless dog would keep barking, if the heart would keep beating of the human being. And I believe there was something about the dissecting of a frog. And even without its limbs, it had phantom limb syndrome, and it would continue moving. The same electromagnetic stimulation as if it was continuing to move, perpetual movement. That said, knowing that no matter what happens, if we are in a car crash, if we die from diabetes or anything, we're not dying from those. We're dying from two things: our heart no longer beating, and a suffocation and dehydration of the body. As long as we continue to have a beating heart, whether it is natural or otherwise, and we continue to have at 98.6 degrees water still going through our bodies, we'll stay alive. It's the key to immortality. Here's the problem, though: how many of us want to live forever? How many of us actually want to see everyone that we care about, who does not take the knowledge in the same vein, die? Who wants to survive that long? So when a person says, "Let me live my life," what they're saying is, "Let me die the way I want to die." And I understand deeply what you're saying in regards to not feeling the same about those cold showers anymore and living to be 120. Why? Because there was pain that happened somewhere where loss became so much that the illusion of too much occurred. The difference between so much is it's a lot, but I can handle it. Too much is I can't handle this anymore. The reason why it's called ascension is because soul leaves the body. Yes, In order for the soul to leave the body, I believe it needs a series of certain amounts of pain that the flesh cannot sustain. And the same thing that happens with strength and the density of our muscles, flexibility in our exercises and stretches. All of them are considered physical stress upon the what? Upon the heart. It's all matters of the heart. All of it. Whether it is emotional or not that depends on the person. But physiologically speaking, anatomically speaking, all of it is matters of the heart. Brother Eli, you spoke about the vision of yourself being a slight smile, diamond tears. Diamond tears. And it made me think of other worlds. I know that you know that there are planets that are so cold, that have a certain chemical compound that happens on its atmosphere, that it rains diamonds. It rains diamonds. When you said diamond tears, I thought of that planet that rains diamonds. And that smile, that smirk, based upon that soul lifting certain muscles, the lift, that it's a smirk, it's slight. It might not even be caught upon by the human eye. It's seen in certain parts of our wisdom, could be thought of, misunderstood as sarcasm, but it is there. I feel that in the burning bush. I feel that for the future of those who choose to adhere to the contract of the burning bush. But the strange thing about that is at the exact same time, I congratulate it. Isn't that weird to know that somebody's going to take on that kind of pain with me? Is that not a fraternity? Is that not the hazing of nature itself to test us in that way? And to find ourselves as comrades because we survive the same tests. I tend to wonder about that more often than some people believe I should. I have a feeling that you do the same.
Brother Mike, just really this okay. A lot of times I like to talk to those who might be responsible for these things. I don't know who is the one that created, like, why do I like a red car or these type of New Balance tennis shoes or, this type of pants or this type of food. I question everyone because when you live in certain disciplines, you are told that no, you should not eat that. No, you should not drink that. There are an imposer that is outside of you that is opposing something that's within you. Another example, when I was younger, I used to love eating chicken. Chicken, 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 chicken. Remember, I was saying that I can just take one bite of a chicken wing and it's just the bones, like on the cartoons. And then this thing called veganism. Veganism is something that was not in me for the most part. Because I was younger, I couldn't eat a lot of things. I couldn't eat a lot of ghetto food naturally, like those big greasy hamburgers that the ghetto sandwich with the big old onions and all. Because I lived around too many roaches, so I couldn't eat. I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't, and plus I couldn't handle the grease. For some reason, I could not eat a lot of pancakes. I could have one or two because it was some things I did not like naturally. That's why I just ate cereal and milk. Even I had cereal and water. I remember eating that, enjoying cereal and water. But back to what I was saying, just think about that. You have a natural inclination, which is personal. No one's in the room with you. You may like um salt. I remember I was growing up being hungry. We'll go get some seasoned salt, put it on our hand and lick it, and go right back outside to play. Play. You know what I'm saying?
Do the same thing. That's wow. That's mind blowing. I
It's
thought I was the
comforting.
only one.
No, everybody took that weird looking bottle with the orange yellow what at that top, you know what I'm saying? But it was the salt was colorful, it had a color to it. It wasn't like white salt. But
Yeah.
yeah, we used to eat that. I remember chewing my shirt and
Hmm.
sucking on like the dirt and the stuff that was in my shirt for like food. Just chewing on it all day, just chewing, you get that taste,
Yeah, and,
but
and people would think that that's crazy, but hey, there have been settlers that when they were approaching starvation, they would tear off the leather from their belts thin
uh-huh.
enough to chew.
Okay.
They would eat those. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's a survival mechanism. That is a very real thing.
Not to definitely go off of what I was saying, but back to your point, just what you just presented. I remember I went on that 40-day juice fast. I didn't know that I had to fight my addiction of chewing things because when you juice, you just drink it. I didn't know that was an addiction, just the chew. You know what I'm saying? So there's many layers that you can, trick your mind that you actually consuming something. But back to this unseen communicator that you are born with compared to people from the outside. So if I naturally love cheesecakes, it's just something that just I just have a relationship with cheesecakes. Remember, it's just me as a child. I'm a little child. I just take first time eating it. Whoa, this cheesecake. And no people may not like the cheesecake like I like it. But then I get older, I hear that cheesecake is not healthy. Cheesecake is not healthy for you, right? Stuff is moving around, these spirits around here. But cheesecake is not healthy. That's something on the outside of me that told me something that on the inside of me, because I didn't know, they didn't know either. Because when I first tried it for the first time, I had a relationship. It was a non-verbal relationship. So I'm up here enjoying cheesecake, me and cheesecake. Where you going, Eli? Man, I'll be back. I got something to do. And they look behind the corner, and I'm up here secretly eating my cheesecake. I love my cheesecake. When my mom cleaned my room, she looked under the mattress. There's cheesecake packages back there. You know what I'm saying? Me and cheesecake. We just have this thing that goes on. But then cheesecake give me something that start harming my body. And then here come these outside folks that say, "Oh man, just because these cheesecakes, these is harming your liver." You have to ask yourself this question. You might not supposed to live a long life. Because remember, the people that's telling you that you don't enjoy this you don't supposed to enjoy this cheesecake are people from the outside. When the cheesecake in your internal being that you feel satisfied, because you eat the cheesecake, you like, just sitting there by yourself in a room up under the cover, watching your cell phone, your favorite movie, but you eating that cheesecake. You know what I'm saying? So that's an intimate relationship, but it's destroying your liver. So maybe you don't supposed to live that long. I think the concept of, because remember, I'm challenging the ones who create these desires like sex. I'm gonna give a perfect example. Sex. Sex, people have a problem with sex. People have a problem with porn, all these problems with these things. right? But they don't do like me. I question the originator of these things. I like the originator. Why do you give us the desire for something that the world is telling us no? Why? You know what I mean? Like, so I may not do the act because the responders never respond to my question. Like the one, like, say, for instance, I remember when I first moved to Atlanta and the strip club culture was extremely popular because we had professional sports, we had the Olympics and all that kind of stuff. So women and their trickery, you know them. The strippers knew how to walk with bow legs and they knew how to do everything with the body for the man to just flip, crazy. I remember sitting at the train and this woman walked by. She was beautiful. Her body was moving as her feet was slamming against the ground with those high heels. So she's doing everything that these trickery women know what to do to get attention. They slam them heels on the ground for those who may be reading a newspaper or looking at something else. They wake up. What's that noise? And then here she going bouncing around. Everybody party's moving. They know they trickery. And then they go stand over and have that right foot tilted in so they can have a gap in between their legs. All the little tricks that these women know what to do. But I remember I was like, man, look at these men. I didn't like it, but it was because when you really like something that you see as a man, you feel it. I was like, man, I don't like this because I don't like nothing to control me. So I stopped everything when it came to anything with that desire. But I started losing it. I'm like, ooh, because I even looked at a couple movies to see if I'm still a human being. Because I used to have 5-year gaps in my relationship, straight 5 years, no matter what. Because like, well, why I'm losing this? Why be human in the first place? So that's how I start questioning these inclinations, was never respond back. So now at this very moment, as I'm speaking, 9 p.m. East 9:30 some p.m. Eastern Standard Time in 2022, this cheesecake and dying at a younger age. Because when I look at people who may die young, they may be out of shape, they may be discolored, they may just be some minimum wage hog head eating person, burping and farting. But I look at them at my stage and I see that they're enjoying themselves watching the football game. They eating these hog head chitlins and burping and farting and drinking beer, but they enjoying their life. They're having a genuine moment with their people they love. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at that from an older perspective. Now, from a young perspective, like, well, you end up in a hospital. Now, mind you, the reason why I talk about these people because I was always there to try to save a person, and they made fun of me. This is why I'm very verbal about even obesity, weight, and the food. But because as a young person, as coming from a genuine heart, I was abused. Elias, I don't want to hear that shit because when they get sick in the hospital, I'll be the one there. So I'll respond to their cry. Oh, I got cancer. Oh man, I got cancer. So I'm looking at the wear and tear on me, but I can't enjoy the smoking and the drinking and the cheesecake. So that's why now I'm like, get out of my face because I lost most of my life trying to help you, and now I have nothing for myself. So I'm looking at the evidence of being that kind of person. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying? I'm the one broke, neck, and out of doors by trying to help these people who on purpose did that to themselves. So that's why on my stage now, I don't because I don't do cancer walks no more. I don't volunteer for hospital. I don't do all that kind of stuff because I need to go find some happiness because when you have a heart and you see somebody dying of cancer and you're there and you're not related to that person, you can be playing with your children. You can be doing something that they probably would do because they wouldn't bother. You see what I'm saying? So you lose a lot of quality time by helping other people who don't want to help themselves when they're supposed to. So I'm on the other end of being a good servant. I spent those hours. I had the studio apartment with homeless people while I'm working third shift and they tearing my apartment and I can't get my deposit. I lived that life. And now I'm like, wait a minute, these people won't go away. It's more of them. And now I can't even enjoy a walk because I'm 50 years old. So life was passing me by while helping these people. So that's why I have no concerns now because they can't tell God to give me my time back. You understand what I'm saying? They don't have the power to say, God, look, he helped me. So, give him that innocence when he was 15 and he like chasing the moon by himself. His little goofiness. They can't do that for me. You see what I'm saying? So they robbed me of my time. So that's why I don't have no concerns. Die. Because that's what they did to me. Because I'm almost dead. Because I can enjoy the flowers like I did when I was 15, when I was running trying to help this person. Hey, man, stop smoking. Like this one dude eating pork. Hey, stop eating pork. He eating more of the sandwich. And then now he's overtaking.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, but and he's older, he's taking medication now. And hey, stop, please stop. Yeah, I want to stop now. But it's 30 years went by, and I can't get the 30 years back. So that's the punishment. Because they can't say sorry or thank you enough because it don't mean anything because I can't get that time back. I've been robbed. You understand what I'm saying? When you're robbed because I did it for people I didn't even know. Because it's different when you in hospice or dealing with somebody in cancer and you know them. It's a connection. But when you don't know them, you coming from a deeper heart. You crying for those who don't or who didn't cry for themselves. It's a difference. Because when their family come around, you got to disappear because now their loved ones are there. So now you're not relevant. They say, oh man, thank you. And then you got to go home to your lonely self. See, I'm talking about the reality of righteousness. But again, back to the cheese. I'm not going to that. We're going to that later. But back to the cheesecake and the egg and the hog mog and the chitlins and all this stuff that we enjoy. Now, because like I said at this time, since I had to deny myself, because I love chicken, I love Hawaiian punch, I love a good cake. I remember I ate those 99-cent boxes of cookies that was plastic on plastic, the little cookies, and got some milk. And I got the stack of cookies, put in milk, and ate them to the point that I can't even lay down and sleep. I love that stuff. I didn't want to give that stuff up. You know what I'm saying? So now I look at these people and I kind of, I get enjoyment watching them. But I'm not sad when they're dying though. Like when they're suffering and dying, I'm not sad like I was when I was younger because they got a reward that I can't enjoy. So their life is fulfilled. So that's what I'm saying. So if people who may naturally like donuts and cake, they have to fulfill their death. They may supposed to live to 50 or 40. They may not, you know what I mean? Because maybe in a former life, they was denied a good cake. You see what I'm saying? We don't fully know the reasons why people like things because we don't want people to die. We don't want them to leave us. That means we're selfish. It is a form of selfishness. Like, oh man, I don't want the person to die. And that's why people who are like on TV 600 pounds and over, guess what happened? What's the evidence? They get the surgery and they gain the weight back. So maybe they don't suppose, you know what I'm saying? From a God perspective, maybe they have another life. Maybe you see what I'm saying? It's not that bad. But when you're young and you want to save the world, you don't see it from God's perspective. You don't see them lying in a hospital bed dying as as frightening as it is. When you get older, it's like, oh man, hey, I hug you, I'm here with you, hold your hand, and you just release. Well, at least they free from the pain. You know what I mean? At least they free from not saying, oh man, you should have stayed. Oh, you should have stayed. You should have died. You see what I'm saying? So I think because remember you got to interrupt as well. Remember, I think, like I said, this self-analyzing because the person that gave me these desires, they never responded. They never said, I'm the originator of wanting to eat cheesecake, or I'm the originator of wanting a woman with a fat butt and bow legs, and I love how she walk. Her walk turned me on, or I love her scent when she walked by, or after we had sex. I love to have that scent on my body. You know what I'm saying? Because I love real talk. I've been around
Yeah.
old women, so you want to know the truth. They love the truth. They love all the stuff that you like. You know what I'm saying? I love her You know, when we was having fun or having sex and all, you know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. So
Yeah.
we don't know the originators of these inclinations. So when we deny ourselves because of outside influence, like maybe the Bible or maybe a religious scripture, remember that's from the outside. Remember, because you asked me why we like nature don't have books. They just do what they do.
No, they
And
don't.
they do it in the public
Yeah.
when they feel like it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta be around the corner, you know what I'm saying? Let's be in the news.
Nature's freaky as ever.
But it's the truth.
Yeah.
It's the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Because
Yeah, it
we
is.
don't talk about plants. Plants, you talking about sperm. Their pores just blow up. And we
Mhm.
got people get sinus problems when it what is it called? Pollen. That's sex.
Yes,
Their
that's it.
sex
That's
beat your
exactly what it is.
their sex beating your behind. You fuck with pollen, they just want to be freaky. We don't care about your sinuses. We're gonna explode. That's pollen. Pollen is
That's
what
exactly
pollen is
what it
sperm cell
is.
or the ovum. Which one is pollen? Sperm cell or the ovum? Which one is it? Pollen.
Pollen is a sperm cell. The ovum
Okay,
is
it
what
goes
happens
in
when we get fruit.
fruit.
That's for the
Okay.
feminine principle from trees and,
Right.
and, and things. And that's the
Right.
reason why we don't have any fruit that grows anymore because there's a whole bunch of men. It's a whole bunch of male trees that are producing
Oh, I
this
remember you talking about that.
expedient
Yeah.
amounts of potent of pollen. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, nature is freaky as ever. But nature never invented the cheesecake. Now
Yeah,
there
but that's
are now that within itself though,
shut
that within
that one off.
itself, but
You
that
stuck
within
that one on. That
itself
was good. That
is a
was good.
craft, right? It's a craft. It's an alchemy, right? So we're taking all of these different chemicals and we're mixing them together, boil,
It's the
toil and trouble, and
punishment,
here
bro.
it
It's
goes,
the
poof.
punishment of the angels, right? Because nature didn't produce that. So that is cheesecake is a pun. We don't supposed to know about cheesecake. We don't supposed to have kitchens because it doesn't
We
grow
want
in nature.
if
Yeah.
you depending upon who we talk to, we weren't supposed to know about fire, but then
Right.
Prometheus, he did his thing.
Right. Yeah. But like I said, even the gods, remember the book of Enoch or the book of the book of Enoch
Oh
talking about
gosh,
the
yeah,
watchers. Yeah, they brought
yeah,
all this kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah.
we
But
wouldn't
I
know
mean,
about cheesecakes and stuff. Yeah.
but that's what makes this adventure interesting. That's what makes it. That's what makes it fun to watch these things happen as they happen. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's actually fun to watch a nun be on her ding for the entirety of her life, dedicating to prayer. There's a part of us, for whatever reason, that gravitates to a person having a struggle, having some type of trouble, and fighting past that trouble, fighting past that struggle. There's some part of us that goes to watch movies knowing that there's going to be a plot, knowing that there's going to be something sad and tragic that happens, knowing that in the course of 90 minutes, we're going to go through a full spectrum of all of our human emotion and empathy as if the things that are happening on that screen are actually happening to real people. Knowingly being lied to, given awards for those who are lying to us so compellingly. We just call them actors. There's some part of us that gravitates to that struggle, that resistance, that rebellion, that raging against the dying of a light, the poetry that is in that dynamic, that primordial battle, even if it's inside of our own head. There are 5 different approaches when writing a book: man versus nature, man versus man or woman, man versus machine, man versus himself, man versus God. These are the 5 arguments of every story. What makes it compelling to us? What excites the certain electromagnetic makeup that brings forth endorphins and joy and pleasure in a triumphant battle won. Do we really want the simple life? Do we really? I don't think so. Now, in regards to living a little, as we'll say, and everything being in moderation, right? Like even Bruce Lee, whenever in the midst of a battle, he would, acrobatically find in between two or three foes a piece of cheesecake to chew on. Having micro doses of certain drugs actually proves to be a benefit to the brain, stimulating the mind from depression. I think it's about mastering what that moderation is. What is methadone? What is methadone? What is oxycodone? It's heroin. It's crack. It's cocaine. It's in these micro dosages and those other levels. But it's done with alchemy.
Keep bringing in that word.
Yeah. And I know that somewhere in that library, you have The Alchemist. I know you do.
Like all kinds
I
of.
know you have it.
I don't. Wait a minute. I gotta check for that. Brother Mike, do me a favor, because I want to lose this point that you was making, because I'm trying to look up the reprobate mind definition, because I think all these things that we bend towards is a fraudulent way to exist. I think we're out of alignment, and I think this is the compromise. I think we're existing as human in a compromised state. I think almost everything that we exist on is something that we don't suppose to exist in. I think we're out of alignment. I think all the inclinations is a product of the laws of cause and effect, because we are in error. I honestly think that, because there's so many unanswered questions. Because even when you do math, as soon that's slight off, you'll never get back to that line, because it's a continuation. And that's why they say when Adam died, all died. Because every tradition after Adam was a fraud. Example 1, when Adam had to till the soil, we were not supposed to till the soil. But you still ate food, but you ate the improper food, because it was not in the proper environment which it grew wild in. You see what I'm saying? So I'm thinking era built on era, and era built on era. And that's why whatever we work towards, we get more fancy in that era. Like if you look at old movies, the thief was sophisticated in the 30s, but his thievery is like a idiot in 2020. Because thievery became more sophisticated the more we did it, because God got to give you the more things you work towards. So I think everything that we exist in is in out of alignment to our original state. I think because the conclusions are not there, it doesn't weigh out the same. Because I think man's supposed to live 1,000 years. Go ahead.
No, that's good. I want to go really briefly.
I want that definition of reprobate.
I got it. I got it. So the very first definition they give is an unprincipled person, often used humorously or affectionately. However, the archaic Calvinist definition is a sinner who is not the elect and is predestined to damnation.
Think about that. So think about that. Think about that, because just like you said, nature don't have a book. Nature do not have a time of death for the most part. When it's in alignment with existence. Okay, give an example. When you walk outside, A pine tree don't need someone to plant it. It just need to be left alone. And you will see a pine tree. Now you remember the planet Earth is in a solar system. Got people out there shooting. A planet Earth is in a solar system. Because remember, you just can't think earthly. I don't think earthly when I look at things. Like when you see, boy, this country life is something now. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear them, and they're
Yeah,
going
yeah.
off.
No. Everybody around here in the country, everybody carries guns. That's like breathing. You don't be in the country and don't carry guns, and they be practicing on these country folk. That's just their culture. You don't. That's what I'm saying. You don't mess with country people and their guns, black or white. They all and they got some big stuff. I think I'm the only one with no guns. I'm gonna give you an example. I work around two people, both of them in their mid-70s. I'm the only black guy without a gun. They carry a gun on them and in their cars. And I'll laugh because I'm like, I'm around these old and they non-black, they're white.
Yeah.
I said, if we go into a corner store and we all three of us walk in the store or some expensive store, everybody gonna look at me as the dangerous one, but they are the ones with the guns. It's crazy, man. It took me for a loop. Man, they was pulling out their drawers and I got this 9 Glock and got this one. So it's their culture. It's their culture, and they go shooting and hunting. It's their culture, and then they have fun with it. But back to this out of alignment, because I look at what we yearn for. Every human being loves perfection. We yearn. Like when you look at Nissan Sentra compared to one of those sports cars that's worth $1 million, you don't gotta say a word. People would naturally go towards the one that's worth $1 million because how it is made. So we yearn for longevity because when you ask somebody, they say, well, Queen Elizabeth reigned for 70 years without a scandal. The Obamas was in office for 2 terms without a scandal. So we naturally yearn for perfection, high discipline, without words. Because when you watch a baby, you will not find one baby on this earth, no matter 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years in the future. Babies, when they sit down, they have perfect posture. Even when they fall on their butt, they have perfect posture. They don't have slaunchiness and all this kind of stuff. Perfect. And they be sitting there with their perfect posture. You know what I'm saying? So we come perfect. But when we look at these things that decline, so let's use this. Let's use this as an example. You will have a little girl, and the little girl is beautiful. So the little girl, I think she's 12. So she started growing body parts. And the little girl naturally loves her father, right? Her father may be stressed at a job, naturally. So the mother is not attentive like the daughter because the daughter is a natural nurture for someone she loves. Now she's 12, right? So the father feels that natural nurturing from the daughter, how he felt it from the mother when she was younger. She's too tired now. So end up the dude molesting his daughter. You see what I'm saying? So let's use that for example. So the man is a grown man having sex with a young girl. Now, her vagina may not be the appropriate size, but after him, she's birth ready, right? Just because I love honesty. When you read anyway, so she will grow up 3 years later. Now she's a teenager. So now she have a boyfriend that she's like. Now her boyfriend, his sexual prowess is not like an older man, right? So she's already been deflowered by her own father. So she can still be a good wife, but she would never know what it feels like to have the intercourse from her husband because she was genetically born with a hymen. Something happens when that hymen is broken, mentally and genetically and physically. It was created there. So she can have a perfect marriage, but since she was already deflowered by her father, she could never get the full experience compared to being a virgin and being married. You see what I'm saying? So she still had a successful marriage visually, but the intention of creation had a different story because the energy of a virgin boy don't have the same energy of a person who had multiple sex, even if it was one person. Foxy Brown used to date Richard Pryor. Foxy Brown went to the doctor, to a gynecologist. He said, "Well, why are you snorting cocaine?" Foxy Brown says, "I don't snort cocaine," but she had a relationship with Richard Pryor, and Richard Pryor told Foxy Brown that he stopped snorting cocaine. So intercourse, there's a lot of levels of communication. So what I mean is, I think we're so far from our original state that all these things, because that young girl, she have a boyfriend in college and she's 5'1" and he's 7 foot. Since she already been experienced with her father, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? So even though her husband is 7 foot and she's 5, you see what I'm saying? So once you're in out of alignment, there's no way to go back. And I think as humans on this earth, for many levels, that we've been so off the original path that all these extra things we think we're doing good, even though we were not meant. I call it the great compromise. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's is what is going on when you read the collective conscious, because we have too many dissatisfactions. And one thing about me, brother, is I'm very frank on this one. I don't think it's fair to be born and be dissatisfied. It's like, why am I dissatisfied? Why be born in the first place? So it's too many interferences when it's physical life. It's something that's not right that we all on an intuitive level, we know something's not right, but we continue to live on. You see what I'm saying? So I think we compromise
That's
on a lot
good.
of things. That's what I think that's going on.
Well, okay, so let's unpack satisfaction for a moment. Um, with food, right? You eat whatever the food is that you desire until you're full up. That's satisfying. You allow yourself to catch the itis, which is actually an inflammation of the stomach, which causes your body to want to shut down and go to sleep. I catch the itis, oh, I ate so good, I can't wait to go to sleep. But you're satisfied, you're full, right? But gluttony is the sin. Abuse of satisfaction of food. Because now you're not even eating until you're full anymore and satisfied. You're constantly eating just for the sake of it, which causes an abuse to the body.
Because you're addicted to it.
From that perspective. From that perspective. Alcoholism. Person has a certain couple of drinks. They're at a party, they're with friends, right? But an abuse, which is like abnormal, more than the use that should be required for satisfaction. Now you're drinking until you're thirsty again. You know what I'm saying? That is alcoholism. Drugs. Microdoses of psilocybin have been proven scientifically to reduce the amount of stress in the brain and actually aid in the medications for people who are under manic depression, bipolar affective disorder. But an abuse of this, an overusage of this, causes the brain to deteriorate like any other drug. Use versus abuse. So it's not the fact that drinking itself is a sin. Drinking yourself into a stupor is. It's not that having sex is a sin. It's that oversexing yourself to such an exhaustion is a sin. I think it's the abuse because that causes you to bully yourself, and we know that gods hate bullies. People who unalive themselves, limit themselves off of bridges. Asphyxiation, self-asphyxiation by means of a rope and a chair. This is an abuse. A certain amount of pain that is more than the sustaining of the physical self, causing an ascension that they may or may not be essentially ready for based upon whatever demographic decides they were ready or not. But there are certain people in sexual intercourse that like to be choked. There are certain people who do not feel like themselves unless they give themselves a thrill, like jumping off of a building, bungee jumping, shooting, right? Use versus abuse. So I think that one of the keys that we can choose to start unlocking joys of life is knowing that there's a such thing as knowing what those limits are. And not abusing the self within those limits. And knowing how to bring yourself back into alignment in as little or as much as possible without an abuse on the other end. Let me give you another example. Overdose of Christmas and giving it up for Lent. I'm going to eat for 60 days because, oh my gosh, all of November, I'm going to celebrate Thanksgiving. Oh my gosh, all of December, I will celebrate Christmas. Happy birthday, Jesus, Julius Caesar, whatever. Then come February after the Valentine's candies are half off the day after you overdose on those. It's Lent time. Now I'll go to Burger King and I'll get a fish sandwich instead. This idea of balance is imbalanced. However, yourself or myself, we were to have a cheesecake from, I don't know, the best cheesecake I ever had in my life is called Junior's Cheesecake. It was in Queens in New York. Best cheesecake I ever had in my life. You have this cheesecake, and then let's say you went on a cleanse versus having that cheesecake every day for like a year. Abuse versus uses and balances. The checks and balances becomes relative because we're grading ourselves on a curve based upon what you said almost 3 hours earlier, based upon the size of the room. We're able to eat more as our bellies become bigger to fill themselves. Sexual appetites, once we have had them heightened to a certain level that seems so dynamic that mere woman could not handle you that way. Supposed alleged sex addicts. No, you just developed a certain resistance to certain things that are not necessarily as exciting. It's a balance there that is very imbalanced. But there's, again, that primordial battle, that struggle that we tend to gravitate to. The angel on the right side, the devil on the left side, and they're speaking. We always have to have some type of a fight. And the only peace that most of us get is when we ascend. That's why we say rest in peace, but we never say wake in war, do we? that's already thought of because we call it mourning already. We're already mourning all day long. When we die, we go where? To a wake. Could go on forever with this. But the idea of balance and the imagery that we get with that heart and that feather and ma'at, it's one and the same, regards balance. The issue we have, some have, is the acceptance of, is my balance the same as yours? Some people who have heard this previous conversation about the 12-year-old girl immediately felt infuriated because their balance is not the same as ours. They cannot continue the conversation.
You know, I don't concern myself with that. If you're using words, I'm telling you, I don't have no room. If I, you know what I'm saying, that's
And that's
immaturity. Yeah, I don't have no room for that. It's not even
exactly
real people, you know what I'm saying? I was molested by my own mom, and you know what I mean? So,
yeah,
I'm not, we don't want to get into personal experience because if you homeless, the stuff that I've seen, you probably committed suicide by now. So trust me,
right,
I'll speak
right.
the real world because molestation in the countries are a normal thing before the
Yes, they
Bible.
are. Yes, they are. They
I
are
mean,
very,
this is,
very, and
you in
it's very
Africa, I mean,
commonplace.
yeah, it's common, definitely.
It is very common to the point where it is shrouded in religion and we'll pray it off. All this was, yeah, all of that stuff. Trust me, I know that. But again, it's how the size of the room defines the growth. Much like a goldfish. Goldfish grow according to the size of their environment around them, based upon many different intricacies that are inside of that tank that defines their size. It also defines their development mentally. How much can a goldfish remember? There's still talk of how much a goldfish can remember, whether it can remember 5 minutes or 5 years or 30 minutes, 2 hours. How much can they capacitate before they reset? Being that if the goldfish could only remember 5 minutes and its entire 5 minutes it was hungry, that means it lived its entire life in hunger. If a goldfish lived in its entire life in 5 minutes, in that entire 5 minutes, it was chasing this other goldfish because it wanted to mate with it, and it just kept getting slightly away. It's been entirely deprived of that part of their nature for the entire life. Certain cultures do this and propagate this on the regular. That's the reason why we have people who are still fighting over the asinine idea of slavery, something that happens for 500 years, because they want their whole life to think of themselves as a slave. What even is freedom if we are prisoned to sin? These are the deepest intricacies that most, they're not even questioning. They'd rather just deal with it, and whatever happens, happens, because they're no longer curious. If we were to think of ourselves in life as being a game, all of this being a stage, the game, there are certain things inside of a game that make it more realistic. The graphics, the resolution, the actions actually causing a reaction in that environment, but also the non-playable characters. Isn't it funny that in films, It's not just films with all of the Hollywood stars, but they have hundreds of extras that makes that whole scene more alive. People who are walking dead, they have no words, they have no verses, no lines of script, just walking around New York City as Morpheus is showing Neo the difference between the real and the unreal. And that one woman with that red dress is told in the script, stares intimately at Neo and nothing more. People live their whole lives that way as non-playable characters in the game. What type of a game is being played? Is it a thriller? Is it a horror? Is it a survival? I believe it's simply a role-playing game, and you pick your role. You assume the role of man or woman or God. We've gotten to the point now, though, where we're fully customizable. Some believe we can even change our gender more than just our hair color or the size of our muscles or any of these things. We're having so many choices, decisions. There are certain things that I'm grateful to be given the illusion of obligation to. Parenthood, for example, being a father. Biologically, you have gentlemen. I chose not to call myself a stepfather. So I think of myself as having 3 children who are no longer really children. But I've always wanted that to be a part of my purpose, to be a parent. When you spoke earlier about the changing of diapers and being able to handle fatherhood, parenthood, I could not help but feel a part of my soul smile at that because you saw purpose in it. It brings life to that purpose. When you see an immediate fulfillment, something as simple as wiping the bottom of a child and seeing it clean. Man, those are years that I never had. When I was brought to find my wife, her children were 7 and 5. The very first time that I interacted with them was in a coffee shop known as Starbucks. I was holding half a dozen cookies. They were duplex, kind of like the ones you were speaking of that were 99 cents and goes in the bag. And what did they do when they saw this 255-pound man, which had about 18% body fat, standing before them, towering before them with cookies? They ran like hell. They were in fear of me. And over the years, I took that as a primordial battle. I'm going to fight to show them that I'm a person that is deserving of their love. Found it as a battle. They are our parents, their own biological children. See it as a battle to get that kind of love and appreciation for the lessons that are being taught to them and acceptance of these things. But it's still a battle that you would continue to fight because you saw a purpose in it. To those who feel like they fought all the battles already and they're tired and they're done, they're putting their sword in the sheath and they're putting their jersey back in the glass and they're not playing the game anymore and they're becoming a non-playable character. Let me remind thee that you are a parent and a parent to more children than you will ever realize. That your thought can bring birth to a mind that will supersede yours and carry on the legacy without even knowing your name. That is a purpose that
Hey,
we
brother
didn't
Mike,
know was in the contract, brother.
that's why I always say it's God and not me. I always take myself out the equation.
That's right.
Always take myself out
Yeah,
the
and you
equation.
have to correct me every time.
I always take myself out the equation. Period. I don't play on God's grounds.
Yeah, man. You have to correct me every time.
Let me interject for 1 second.
Yes,
Let me go
please.
into this. Let that morning stuff, brother. Because I don't say good morning. I say sunrising because morning and mornings you just add a U. It's the same
Yeah.
word, you
Yep.
know. And I'm not
Words are
mourning because
spells.
God,
That's a craft. Yeah.
right? Because I'm not mourning because God woke me up. I say happy sunrising.
Hmm.
But when you said when we die, we go to a wake, man, that's like, dang, that's deep. Because we do call it wake, like
That's
you
right.
wake up.
Yep.
And in the morning, we mourning because we wake up. And when we go to a wake, we're physically dead. We're not waking up. And we're mourning. I was like, I still got to chew on that one. But let me get to this 13-year-old. This is what I love. Because I love humans. Because humans don't know to be careful when you sit with a God. When you sit with a God, and that's why I'm so respectful because I love superior knowledge. And that's why I say it's never me. So I know my place. But a lot of people don't know their place. I remember when they did these experiments with men who said they wasn't homosexuals. Because remember, we love science. We did on facts, right? They said, "Oh, I'm not a homosexual. No, I don't like men." So what they did was they put these men, and these men had on some loose pants, and they put other men in front of them naked. And whoever got a rise, they said, "Oh, now we know the truth." Because if you don't wasn't attracted to man, you wouldn't physically get a rise. I would love to challenge these so-called people talking about, oh, these 12 and 13-year-olds. Let's put these girls around these men the way they look nowadays because these hormones in these foods. Let's see how their body respond. If they got all this big talk, because listen, I read everybody. I read priests. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. I do not, and I'm being honest, I don't know what it is, but I respect the reality. Even in Columbus, Georgia, it was a man that killed a 5-year-old girl. He had sex with her. I don't understand it, but this stuff happens. Even look at Abraham. That was his sister, a blood sister. Royalty have family by first cousins. This is not a.
It is a strategic inbreeding in order to keep the family lineage in the bloodline clean and pure.
And no, and
Yes,
think
very
about this,
true.
brother Mike. Look, think about this. If we go back in 1901 and I want to marry a 13-year-old, that was like, hey, you better hurry up because at 20, she's too old. That's what I'm saying. It's like human beings are not intellectually, they don't have enough awareness to know that you only believe the things you believe according to the time of the society that you dwell in. You don't have the capability to go in and out of different time periods to dwell in those things. That's how I'll let you know you're not mature enough.
Hmm.
Look at all the statistics of the molestations in the world. If it was something that was so evil and crazy and so don't supposed to do, why is it so overwhelming? And when you live in countries that will murder you for that, They allow you to marry a 12 or 13-year-old girl. To show you how powerful it is. These Muslim Sharia law countries, when you better marry them or not, they'll stone you and her. But you still gonna have sex with a 13-year-old girl. So I'm looking at the reality. I'm too old and love truth too much to really judge anything. I don't know why God do these things, but I'm looking at the reality. And I'm telling you, all these priests that molested little boys, the only ones that went to jail are the ones in America, because all the world they don't have laws for children. So you're not wise enough to even listen to this conversation. So go to a more lesser childish conversation, because those who want to seek knowledge, we want to look at all information. That's why I told Brother Mike, I don't mind looking at the butt babies, but I want to see how nature respond, because I'm not the author of the existence of it. I'm not the authors of why men want to sleep with 12-year-old. I'm not the author of that, but that's a overwhelming matter of fact. This is so overwhelming. When you look at a girl, the most desired girl is someone like 5 foot, maybe 110 pounds, because the man's imagination and even maybe the tightness of her. Because I love the reality. Because I remember I had a friend who was 6'11". His girlfriend was China and she was 4'11". And we used to laugh like he lay on down and spin her at his feet. He be spinning. You know what I'm saying? We made fun. You know what I'm saying? Just like, what do you do with her? He's 6'11", she's 4'11", but they stayed together
Yeah.
for years. I don't know what they were doing. He was had her laying, spinning her, hitting her, her feet like she's doing gymnastics, and she's like she's touching her toes, and he just keep hitting her feet and spinning around on himself. I'm just saying, this is an honest conversation. This is the truth. You can't be around those seekers who love the truth. We talk about everything. I don't do it personally, but people do it. I'm not going to not talk about it. No, you go away, because I'm going to talk about because I need to learn why. I need to learn. You know, but no, you will never, ever, 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 ever on this particular earth in grown men sleep with young teenage girls. You will never do it. You are losing the fight. You are just silly. Even America is so silly, because look at how these homosexual nowadays, they want to be able to sleep with young boys. They changing the law. Look what nature is doing to these laws. You call it molestation, but in the homosexual community, and if you find out all these people in position of power, that's who they sleep with. There's a tremendous amount of people. I'm gonna show you this. If you look at women in Brazil, they look like young girls, even in their features, and they full of sex. It's just something about human nature and youth. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. But as an observer, I'm not going to deny the reality of it. It's a reality. And I'm telling you, the older I got, I started looking at like, what? What? Wow. And if you ever been a religious leader, the stories that you will hear, you know, and that's why Islam tell the father, do not even allow your daughter to be on his lap, on your lap. Why would a whole religion, what did they observe in they honest people to make a law that the own father do not put even your young daughter on your lap? I mean,
Right.
if this something that is so easy to remove, it is not a part of the real world. You got a religion telling fathers, listen, you're Muslim, do not have your daughter on your lap. Why?
Mhm.
Because we got all this evidence. You may not be the one that would do it, but still, we
Right.
don't even want to go there. So no. So what I'm saying,
Lead us not
right?
into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Now, that's a very relative statement. It's a very, very relative statement. Because what's good today, 2 years from now, will be completely evil. And what's bad and evil today is met with sympathy and then empathy and then changed into something good. Balance. size of the room, and that scale that balances. You know? But yeah, that's ever so true in regards to that. And I'm appreciative of the fact that 10, 20 years ago, I don't think I would have qualified to have this conversation. But being a person that's a little bit more learned now, I can have that. I can be in this room. I can be in this room. And man, listen. There are certain chemicals that happen to be in existence that will enhance and expedite the female anatomy in ways that surgeons wish they could emulate. Milk, for example. There is a chemical compound that forms itself called RBST. Now, back when I was a kid, I joked and said, "Oh, I know what that stands for. It has a scientific name, but I know what that stands for. That stands for real big saggy titties." Who would have thought that RBST is a steroid that enlarges the breasts, the udders of cows for the sole purpose of being able to produce more milk. And when we place it in the human anatomy, one of the side effects is an enlarged breast size. I swear, man, there's certain things that out of our curiosity, if the cat doesn't die, then we're that much closer to Godhead and a new technology that other people refuse to understand. Here's another one. Fenugreek. Fenugreek was something that was used to impair the pregnancy process. I'll say it that way. And slow down puberty when in excess, when in abuse. Fenugreek. Something to look up. There's certain alchemy that I keep coming to that word alchemy. There's just certain things that when you learn of the chemical components and the responses through experimentation, these chemical components, and through the evidence, the scientific evidence of these side effects of these chemical components, we literally can create any experience we want. Given time, we can create any experience we want. The idea of about men not being homosexual versus other evidence. Our incarceration system is full of heterosexual males. However, we have that as a part of the subculture. Before even understanding that we have 10 times the amount of nerve endings in our rectum than we do in a woman's vagina. There was a man in Texas that assassinated a doctor. He shot him dead because he delivered an orgasmic experience by checking his prostate by placing a single finger inside of his rectum. Do not tell me that science will not prove emotion to be a liar. You can't do it. I'm too learned for that. When you know, you know. Yeah. When you know, man. This is when it's fun, see. When gods can come together in a sacred space and look at all of this evidence, that's when it gets fun. Those who are in the other vibrations, they have National Enquirer, they have reality TV. We look at reality in reality. Us with diamond tears can laugh. Oh, can we laugh? Mm, mm, mm.
No, what made me laugh is because this is what I appreciate. This is just one thing. I know emphatically who I am now. I waited too long. If I'm a person that stayed homeless while being homeless as a 4 or 5 year old child, if I've done this kind of stuff, that means I really do love human beings and I really do love the experience. So at my age now, the reason why I laugh is because I've seen the truth in so many countries or so many levels. But when you look at adults, we have so much. Like I remember I was hanging out with the gay community because my nephew saw his father's gay porn in the attic, so he's experimenting. So I remember, and then most of those guys says, "Please don't tell people what I do." My thing is, when you're a person such as myself as an individual, I honestly love when people are allowed to really be themselves because I see the damage when you cannot be yourself. So I'm not I'm not biased. If you like having sex with horses, hey, let me study you for a second. I'm not going to judge you. Go enjoy yourself. I authentically because I listen, I love God too much. And I never in my entire life put myself in a place of God. So if I'm not the author of why somebody naturally want to do that, I don't place myself to be a judge. So if I see somebody doing it and I see them truly enjoy it, I honestly enjoy it with them. Remember, people with cancer and sicknesses, the reason why I want to hear their mouths no more because I don't like the loudness of their cry. Because when they got warning signs, they told the warning signs shut the fuck up. So now you getting the rewards, enjoy it. You see what I'm saying? So that's what makes me kind of so if a person trying to do right, then got cancers and stuff, then I'm with them because I'm losing my own time, but at least they try. But I'm talking about most people when they finally get in trouble, the stuff they told not to do, they're so loud in the crying when they've done so many years of going towards that. So when I'm listening to experiences like that, brother Mike, um, it makes me laugh because if that brother discovered that he liked being fingered in the butt, to me, there's nothing wrong telling his girlfriend that. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, babe, I discovered something. It was not a purpose. Hey, let's enjoy ourselves because what? Life is short. You're gonna die, man. This thing is too quick. And I'm tired of people especially in the 70s and 80s when so many people was denied for being themselves and the new discovery was transgenderism. I said it before, it's a guy in his 50s. He had a wife and a child and they live in those apartments, those hotel buildings, and he was so bent out of shape every day and I watched for 2 years straight. But as soon as he put on that wig and wear some of women's clothes, and I like watch for a long time. I sit back and watch for years to see, oh, is this real? I watch you in the annals of nature. And this dude is excited. He's still happy. He getting paid more, the new job. The old job is lost his contract. So I look how nature responds to situation because I love God so much. I'm not necessarily concerned about the person. I want to see, is it possible to live right by God and what God appreciate and what God does not. And God never sent a man to hell for cheating on his wife. He never sent a man for hell cheating. That's not even in the book. I didn't see no religious scriptures, even the Quran. I've never seen no book on earth when a man did something sexually to something, even an animal, that said, "Look, you condemned to hell." I never seen the priest. So it's like, wait a minute, if this person have enough courage, because you need to have a courage to sleep with an animal. I'm like, because even my own personal self, I don't know what happened after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Even dealing with homosexuality, you know what I'm saying? I know addiction, you know what I'm saying? So there's some things I don't do because you don't know if you like it or not. So you gotta have the courage to do it. You see what I'm saying? But I'm a person, I love honesty. I'm not God's, I can't, but if you do these things and then complain, and then like if you homosexual community, right? A free sex community, and you start bringing diseases and you die, then that's when you violate my space because I may like free sex, but I don't like being sick. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't mind seeing people enjoy chicken and fun food, but I don't like being sick. So I prefer to be a vegan and fast. So my individual priority supersedes something that spiritually I may want to enjoy. And to your note to alcoholism, and that's why, brother, I was saying about earlier, maybe it's their contract to indulge and die. Remember, that's why I brought that up early. Maybe they're supposed to indulge in drinking this particular lifetime and die at 32. You see what I'm saying? Because it's something that we don't know nothing about. They was born with these inclinations. So that's why I was bringing earlier that it's not really a balance. I think we just don't want the person to have a full experience. We don't want the person to eat the cheesecake until they get diabetes and then they get dialysis and they die. We say, oh no, you gotta stop. But maybe they're supposed to have the full experience of enjoying the cheesecake, getting diabetes, amputating the legs, getting on dialysis, and then dying. Maybe they're supposed to learn that full. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was adding that part. Because you know what I'm saying? Who knows? Because we got too much evidence doing January the 1st of so many promises that are made. New Year's resolution are broken the next week. So it's something greater than the desire of the present moment.
Yes.
And that's
As
consistent
as
resolution.
as a person who was into personal training really heavy when I was younger, I can tell you it was highly encouraged around the holidays to enforce the New Year's resolution concept to fill up the gyms with memberships that we knew would not fulfill the contract. Here's how bad that is. We had full knowledge that if everyone who signed up fulfilled the contract, we would lose our building because we'd have fire hazards for too many people crowding up inside the facility fulfilling the contract. We're banking on people not fulfilling the contract. That's the type of construct in this world we live in. We bank on people who are faltering, who we know will not fulfill the contract. And we applaud it. That's why Planet Fitness still exists. Back in the day, Planet Fitness, every Tuesday morning, they'd have a bagel morning. And every once a month on Friday, they'd have a pizza Friday. Bagels are a simple carb. They're simple sugar. They can cause diabetes. Pizza is high in sodium and fat, but this is a place of health. Or is it? No, it's not a gym, it is a social club. So, we'll have you indulge in the illusion of you being in shape and then feed you all of the things that undoes exactly what you've done together in enjoyment. Social club. Same as a dialysis when you have everybody that's taking all of the blood out of their bodies, placing in fresh blood so they can dirty it up again and complain about it. They're getting a reward. There's a reason why morticians have a very, very interesting sense of humor. Those who watch the death. I saw a story that was really interesting of a person who worked as in a crematorium when they burned the bodies. And there was a local pizza business whose ovens shut off. They were malfunctioning. They were in need of repair. And the bright idea came to the people in the crematorium to offer their ovens to make pizzas. You didn't know if you were having pepperoni or somebody's pappy. You didn't know. Because they don't clean crematorium ovens. There's no reason for it. But my God, how resourceful were they?
Like I'm telling you, the way you describe and tell things is what makes me laugh because it's how you put it. Because you're a magician with words and tones. You know what I'm saying? So that's what makes me laugh more because how you emphasize at certain point. And because I'm a visual person, when I listen to somebody, I'm always visualizing everything they say. That's why it be cracking me up.
And that's what makes after hours after hours.
I remember even LA Fitness, every time not LA Fitness, but Planet Fitness, when I went in there, every time I was on a treadmill, it was a food TV show. Every
Yes.
time it was a food TV show. Yes.
You know what that makes me think of? The cartoons where you see a rabbit and it's running on a treadmill and it has like this fishing pole, and at the end of the hook there's this little carrot, and that encourages the rabbit to run faster to get to the food, thus simultaneously starving itself away from the thing that they once desired. It's the exact same thing when you have a television that's on top of a treadmill that has Food Network going. It's
It
the
was a
same
form of
thing.
mockery. Oh my God. It
It's
was
a
a form of
mockery
mockery.
as a means to entice and encourage.
Oh, that is
Same thing.
so bad.
It's the
That
exact
is
same thing.
so bad.
It's fun after a while. It is.
Oh, it's another form of mockery to useless eaters. It's like when we first got those real expensive masks, the first thing
Mhm.
it made to a beak. That's why I didn't wear them. I said I'm not gonna have a beak on my face because they make mockery of the deaf, dumb, and blind. They really make fools, and they do a lot of things like that.
Yes, they do.
Due to our ignorance, they mock us extremely well due to our ignorance. I'm telling you, they do it on purpose.
Mhm. The
Man,
masks. Oh man.
yeah, the beak.
Homeless Brooklyn, New York during H1N1, did not even know what it was, didn't have a television to know what H1N1 or bird flu was or any of that, never got sick, seen everybody in Manhattan to Brooklyn looking like ninjas and surgeons, and I had no idea why. We fast forwarded 13 years, and here we are in COVID, and they're doing the same thing the world over. My wife, in a moment of weakness or two, through the groupthink experience, that type of fear, I refuse to wear masks.
Mhm.
I refuse to cover my face. My wife encourages everyone, you gotta wear a mask in close quarters, gotta wear a mask. However, what happens to the body when we adapt? We become the vaccine. Certain bacteria is tested among the waters of a strong will of other bacteria. Begets what? Another primordial battle.
Mhm.
And becomes immune to certain bacteria. That's why you have a lot of Gen Xers who are born eating mud pies and all that. You don't see them sick.
You talking about this dirt from the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
Georgia clay and red mud and all these things.
They sell it in stores down here.
It's a for medicinal purpose. And there's
Yeah.
a crazy markup too. Mud masks and all of these things. Dandelions is one of the most powerful sources of immunity known to man.
Blood
It
cleanser.
grows out of the concrete blocks in between sidewalks. We not only just perish for lack of knowledge, some people profit for lack of others. How free is a dandelion that can be ground up and placed into dandelion roots tablets that are $29 a bottle? They steal the universe that you have around you and sell it back to you, and you willingly pay for it. Willingly.
Now, you think about, and it's kind of wild because, in my space at the moment, I don't have no heaters or nothing like that. I actually do got a little Walmart space heater over, but it's been off and it's getting like real cold. So I'm sitting here and I've been really thinking like people don't really understand how, because I'm fasting and I'm literally in the cold. Um, how I love learning. I mean, I'm the biggest like I will go through a situation with a person just to analyze how I feel in the situation. And I really love the acquisition of knowledge. And that's why I'm saying it's just like, and then you get to a certain age, you don't care about some of the stuff that you did when you was younger. It's just not even a concern. It's not all that. You know what I'm saying? It's like when I was telling one of the young gentlemen who's into the things I was into, I was younger. I was like, man, I remember I was so excited when I saw this car. When I was in high school, I used to look out the window because back then it had air conditioning, it was the windows open. And I used to see this car. I said, oh my God, it's a convertible. And guess what car it was? Remember the Chrysler Baron was convertible? I used to be so in love with the Chrysler Baron, but now it's like, nothing because, he's into the stuff. I'm just letting you know how time will humiliate everything he appreciates. He's like, you like that car? I said, yeah, I was really in love with this Chrysler because they didn't have too many convertibles back then, but I remember they had the convertible Chrysler Baron and, but like I said, your concerns when you get older is just different. Just some things, just like I remember people used to complain about grandparents' parents. Like when you go to grandma's house, she give you a cookie and cakes. You see what I'm saying? And like even I remember even my own mother. I never when she got older, she only wanted ice cream. I used to buy her. Now I'm a health person. I never told my mom, that's my mom. I'm gonna tell her. And that's why like when people get to a certain age, even when it comes to modesty, the Quran says you get to a certain age, you really don't have to follow the modesty laws. Well, they ain't thinking about America. They ain't thinking about 60-year-old women and 70-year-old women with these kind of clothes on, though. They'll think that in. I'm telling you. The problem Muhammad was around these times. But yeah, so it's just you look for other things. Just like at my present time, seeing everybody dying, I'm really I'm like it's some real issues that need to be solved. It's real. There are real questions because the older you get, you realize you don't have that much time. And when these questions haven't been solved nor answered, it become more of an urgency. And
Mm.
urgency is non-local. This urgency is more superior than God. God cannot deny urgency. You will remove heaven and earth and hell because of urgency. So, example, when a babies need to be born, They don't care if you're in an airplane, baby's about to come. Or like, say for instance, people ask the question, how did Adolf Hitler be born? How he become popular? Maybe in his former life he was denied. Maybe he had multiple lives that he's denied. So that urgency in the spiritual world build up so much momentum. They don't care how many lives had their own individual urgency, but his accumulated urgency superseded theirs for a moment. You see what I'm saying? So it's some things that have to be answered. And the most patient build up this urgency. Like, let's talk about sex. When you somebody that have sex, like Brother Mike spoke about multiple times, compared to waiting, having sex every 6 months, you the urgency. I'm not talking about intercourse, right? Now, I mean, because I love food, sex. I mean, being human. I love being human, even though I can't enjoy humans. But it's a conversation, so I'm being truthful about the conversation. So my silly old self, like when you see the person that you're with, and y'all really appreciate each other physically, and y'all really appreciate each other's scent. That's why, a lot of time I couldn't date other races because their scent are not like black women's scent. It's just certain scent. Um, so that scent is on. And women know how to throw their scent when it need to be sent out into the atmosphere. So that scent is there. But then y'all keep denying each other. I think L Cool J did a video with one of his girlfriends while he was sitting on a little couch sleeping and she was in the bed upstairs and they both was like hold each other's private part, like, oh, we gotta stay separated from each other. See, stuff like that for me, I think being human is fun. I think when you deny yourself and then when you with your partner, I always love that real gentle, subtle touch. Like they only feel the hairs of your back. Or we're a man, that lower area of the behind where that crease is, where you gently touch it. You know what I'm saying? Just stuff like that. I mean, because again, I just stuff that I just love as a human. You know what I'm saying? And when you deny yourself, it is a greater force. So think about denying yourself on a sexual level compared to a spiritual yearning. When you spiritually yearn for something that is never satisfied, your essence going to figure out how to get the answers to those questions despite a God or the time period you decide to be born in. Your desire, your yearning will supersede. And that's why nuclear weapons and stuff are developed, because it was a yearning for something that was denied lifetime after lifetime. And the momentum built up in the spirit world of the essence of that being. And then, like, wait a minute. Why we couldn't stop Adolf Hitler? You know what I'm saying? Because you got to ask these questions. What protected them? Because you can easily poison Hitler. You know what I'm saying? Some, like, you could wake up, poison a person, poison him. He's dead. Oh, we won. So it's something. It's just so many layers, brother, to life, brother Mike. And that's why, again, I'm not into not being authentic. You know what I'm saying? Because again, me, even though I'm not allowed because of certain things about myself, but I do love being a human. I really wish I was allowed to be a average person, but I don't like the punishments of being an average person. You know what I'm saying? I really don't like the punishment. I'm a person, they say it's two type of people. It can be someone that have to smoke crack to know crack is addictive, or someone can just watch somebody and says, "Oh man, Uncle such and such, Auntie such," they see everybody around them said, "Nah, I don't need to try it," because they. So I'm one of those people. I can look at somebody and says, "Nah." It's like I had tiramisu. Woo! When I forgot what restaurant, Olive Garden or something, made tiramisu. I said, "What is this?" This is tiramisu. I'm a ghetto kid. Don't know nothing about restaurants. It was, man, the restaurant is darker. The chairs are softer. So I'm just tripping. I put that tiramisu. It's not like the ghetto. In the ghetto, you get those wafers and banana pudding. What is it called?
Yeah, banana pudding. Yep, I remember that. The
I mean,
vanilla wafers, banana, and you vanilla pudding, and it's done like a lasagna, and it
yeah,
has a
like a
little Cool
lasagna
Whip
thing.
on top and all. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that,
I'm used to
man.
that. I'm used to the banana pudding. I'm excited, you know what I'm saying? Or Thanksgiving when you have that little orange looking pie thing. What is it? The orange
Which one?
pie? Huh?
Oh, pumpkin pie and sweet potato pie,
Sweet
and
potato pie. Yeah, just ghetto
yeah,
stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I'm used to the ghetto stuff. You just putting stuff together and squeeze it and just put it in there and you come out, you eat it.
yeah.
But here I am in this restaurant, Olive Garden. It may because I'm poor, you know what I'm saying? This is a tiramisu. Tiramisu. Ooh, that sounds expensive. Well, try it. You know how when you have the fork and it just forces the area to go down. As you go down, it goes down, and then it finally breaks. It finally separates, and then you just keep going, and then it's kind of thick and heavy. Now, mind you, it's not thick and heavy when the ghetto stuff. Like, whoa, this little piece is kind of heavy on the fork. Put it in your mouth because they use real ingredients. I'm like, no, I can't eat it because it how it dissolved in my tongue and in my mouth was so amazing. I knew at the time if I continue, I would have been addicted. So I knew when to stop. You know what I'm saying? Like I know my limit. Like I never rode a motorcycle because when I was young, they said I had gas in my chest. I'd have been dead. I was the young kid driving with my lights out going 60 when I was younger. So you can imagine me on a motorcycle. So I didn't drive a motorcycle. Even when I picked up a gun for the first time, I just like wanted to shoot my own friend. So when I felt that, I'm like, nah, you see what I'm saying? So I know what I can handle. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, so that's why I can be honest about I love relationships. I love spooning. I mean, like, and my Taurus, like right now it's cold. Man, being with your wife and your girlfriend or somebody and y'all in your little space and it's kind of chilly, but y'all under the covers and she wearing silk or slightly naked and you're slightly naked and your area slightly touching her area and y'all skin is smooth and soft and y'all because back in the days in the hood you used to put baby powder in the cover, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got all that going on and y'all young and you got vitality but y'all don't actually have sex. Y'all just have
Mhm.
that intimate moment. I love stuff like that. I really necessarily didn't need full intercourse, but those intimate moments, you know what I'm saying? Just I really appreciated those intimate moments, those gentle touches in certain spots. You know what I just talked about, the gentle massages, and I really authentically, truly love being a human. But I don't, the other stuff that, foolishness. But yeah, brother, just being human can be an honorable thing if we like you was talking about cake. I think to me that if someone and this is why I don't last in relationships because I'll be fully honest when it's time to put your cards on the table. The person I'm in a relationship knows most of the part they may be infatuated with me, but or infatuated with my lifestyle, but can't exist in my lifestyle. See, I look good from a distance. In my whole entire life, most of the women came to me, they just like, man, this dude mysterious. He kind of try, man, he's like, wow, he's just all that. But I have a very disciplined life. And and most women are so used to men faking the discipline, but I'm the real deal. And most people are not used to being around the real deal 24/7. You know what I'm saying? So that's the main thing because I'm really what you see on the internet, I'm really that person. And that's
Yeah.
why recently I slightly put my one of those gentlemen piano. I, kind of put him play, but that's on their personal page, all that kind of stuff. I was going to invite you to see their personal stuff, but I keep them private. But I said, let me just put a little bit on there to look. But that's the thing about it. I love being human, but I don't like the consequences. Like I don't like most of all of my relationships. None of them was never bitter. None of them. And when people see how my relationship end, they so in awe because like, why did y'all break up? Wow. Because it's so subtle. You see what I'm saying? It's not that overdrawn stuff that people go through. So again, you can ask all of my relationships. It's like a gentle breeze, because once I'm done with a relationship, I don't go back. I don't do that back and forth because I give beyond 100% when I'm in it. So I'm not into I'm with you and then we break up and back. For some reason, I don't know if it's wise or not, but that's just something who I am. But all my relationships, it's like it's a gentle passing. It's no bitterness, it's no all that kind of weird stuff. Um, bec- that's what I'm saying. I'm just very authentic. I'm just really who I am. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not into hurting, women. And that's why when you get in a situation when you falsely accuse or someone exaggerate the truth, that's why I'm present. I never run. I do have some past experiences, but they exaggerated crazy. You know what I'm saying? I says, yes, let's go into the detail how that situation happened. Please, let's go into the detail. Because the stuff that you telling this, I don't know what the hell you telling, but that's why I'm here. And that's why I'm be open because, people may believe things about me. Like, let's ask and let's talk about it. I'm open book. I love being open book. But people run from open books. They love the rumors and the lies and the exaggerations compared to the truth. But that's what I'm saying, because growing up, we always find ourselves in the weird situation. People always accusing you of stuff, of some weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? You hurt a lot of people. It's so many people want to apologize to me, brother. You won't even believe it. It's so many people, man, because I didn't respond in a wicked way. I don't do the back and forth. Once you harm me, I just go away with a smile. I don't retaliate. Even in my heart, even in the essence of my heart, I prefer to just disappear with a smile. Just let me go into my darkness and cry. That's all I've done in all relationships, all the heartbreaks. Even like I said, one time the best place was sleeping in the graveyard. I don't know why, but the graveyard was warm. It was night, and I slept on the graveyard. And it was an Asian. It was a circle full of, and I didn't even know. I was like, because I was in Georgia. Like, why this Asian funeral stuff is here? But anyway, it was tall. The one I remember, it was shorter statues. They was black and vertical, and it was written in nothing but Chinese writing. And I slept on the one in the center, and it was the tallest one, and it was like an obelisk, then Chinese writing all around the square. And I just went to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's my thing about it. I never not into the back and forth. As soon as people start doing stuff, I sit there with a smile and just disappear. So I've never been part of retaliating on anybody, or when they start talking or lying on me and stuff, I sit there and smile. You can ask anybody in my life, even those who was around when people accused me of stuff. I just sat there and smile. I didn't retaliate. I just that's never been me. That's never been me. That's why all relationship I had, people just ran or did some weird stuff. And I just sat there because they used to get responses. They used to get reactions. And when you don't give a reaction, they literally get more angry and get more crazier. And then want to come and apologize, but I don't accept apologies because I didn't do it to you. So it's a weird thing dealing with me. You really get yourself into some trouble with a person like myself because I've been around the great mother and I know how she works. And that's why women fail when they come to me, because I know stuff beyond them. And I work like the great mother. So when they start doing these attack things and tactics, I'll sit there with a smile and allow nature to do certain things. And like, oh man, I'm so sorry. But I'm sorry. I don't take apologies because I didn't do it to you and I can't get my time back. So it severs the relationship. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I was telling the young brothers earlier when it comes to women specifically and humans specifically. And that's why the Jesus concept is the greatest story, because he never retaliated. And I know it seemed punkish. I know it seemed, being weak or a beta male, but it's something about when you're stronger than somebody and you're justified by attacking them, but it's some pain after you attack them. It's weird because if you're stronger than somebody and you justify it by using your own strength, but after you see the damages, you hurt. Like, damn. So it's something. So when I discovered it as a young child, that's why I was like, because again, once God showed me something, even from a subtle level, I don't go back. So that's why I'd rather be humiliated. I'd rather be lied on, humiliated, all these things. Because even when we retaliate, it's you don't feel good. You you never. I have yet to see someone, even when someone's child is killed, when you kill that other person, I don't even see how I don't really see spiritually, mentally a person is satisfied. I see it even a greater hurt. So it's something about just like Jesus and Martin Luther King. It's something about when people shit on you and they do you wrong and harm you, just let them do it and keep it moving. And something about time. There's something amazing about being humiliated, being mocked and lied on and laughed and all that kind of stuff, but just not doing it back. It's like it's a story of Jesus wept, or you see Mary Magdalene statue where she have a tear in her eye. It's something about the spiritual world, even dead ancestors. When they see you being attacked in the spirit world, even animals, nature itself, there there there'll be a hurt in them because you didn't respond back. You didn't do bad for bad. You continue to do good. So since all things are conscious, it's just something where you go, it'd be a more gentler space in that environment. And that's why I can go almost anywhere physically. And the whole energy of the whole space is just change. And when I leave the space, it goes back to it. It's something about a reverence when you don't respond negatively, despite your internal pains, despite you can cry at night and be alone, because you can use your intelligence and strength to retaliate and you can beat the person. You can have more money than them. You can have all the stuff that you, as a human, you appreciate. But for truth and love, that you don't do these things. You just keep going at a humble pace. And yes, it may be humiliating. Yes, it may be depressing. Yay, yes, you may want to commit suicide. Yes, you may want to do certain things, but it's just something about the beings, humans specifically, who do not respond to damaging things. They don't respond in return. Even those who were molested by their parents. For some reason, it'd be that child that got to take care of you. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of wild how nature works. The same child you treated the worst is the child that you got that have to take care of you. And when that child take care of you, you talking about that level of pain that that they have a right to kill you, but you show them love. So it's something, brother. And that's why I think a lot of evil that we do is spiritual. It's not even physical. And that's why I was talking about the women. I went from a spiritual perspective first, and then I went to how divine the physical body is. And I know the dumb, deaf, and blind are going to judge my words when I listen to what I was saying. Clearly, even I called it trash, and that's why I defined the word trash. But I'm speaking truth, so it's not about emotions. It's not relevant. But it is something, brother. It really honestly is something in the long run if you just refuse to become those who you don't want to become. When they attack you, when they lie on you, when you lose your job, you lose your money, you lose when you just keep losing just because of others who lie and they benefit. You sin with luxuries and you got to catch the bus and you're lonely while they're with their children, while they go in the fancy restaurant. It's just something about time. Something. It's like a crime. And I'm telling you, brother, when you just keep going, while everybody is looking fancy and enjoying Thanksgivings and enjoying Christmas and driving their children around expensive cars, living in warm houses and living in comfort year in and year out, and you just continue to be lied on and abused, and you just refuse to turn. You refuse. It's something, brother. I don't know what it is, but it's something that's more superior. I'm telling you, man, and very few people, like the way I'm explaining it is more honest than even how the Bible really explained it. They said Jesus gave the ghost up, but they're not really giving it to you, because I'm going into years, because Jesus is only 33, you know. And that's why I gave the story of Jay-Z. Jay-Z supposed to be been a rapper in the 80s, but all these rappers came, got success, and got rich while he just stayed in the background and suffered. because he's supposed to came out when Big Daddy Kane came out, but he didn't. So all these rappers, all these years went by. You know what I'm saying? So that's why something like just propelled him beyond the other ones because they didn't suffer like he did. Because literally, Big Daddy Kane was the man at the time. He owned the world, and Jay-Z was literally supposed to come out when Big Daddy Kane came out, but he didn't for some reason. You know, they made fun of his rap style. You know, now rappers rapping like him, fast rap. It's crazy how life works. You know, it works itself out. But I'm telling you, brother, it's better. I'm not speaking for all souls, but I'm speaking for me and ancient writings. It is so much better to be molested by your father, be molested by your mother, to be abused by your auntie, to be sleeping on the floor, or have your parents to die and you become an orphan and you maintain love despite the pains and the cries and the hurt that is justified, but not being the one to do these things, even though it's beyond your imagination of pain, but it's something that there's a remorse that I'm gonna use the word heaven. There's a pain that heaven go through when something like that happens. You know, even when you see a lost dog that is, you know, suffering and skinny and all that, shaking and afraid, it's just something just stops because other dogs are killed who are healthy more than a struggling dog. When you see they say, man, that's just a little street dog, walk by it. But the healthy, pow, let's just kill it. You see what I'm saying? So there's just something about redemption. It's a redeeming thing. I don't know why I use the word redemption, but it's like something being redeemed because I think even the people who harmed you is being redeemed in some weird way. Because I remember you got on you Wu-Tang Clan, he was being interviewed and he gave the story how Mike Tyson robbed his mom of her diamond rings when he was younger. When Ugar was younger, Mike Tyson he's like, what? Well, I got money now to pay. You know what I'm saying? It's just something about when you hurt someone and they didn't retaliate compared to if Ugar would have came back with a gun and took his mom's earrings back with a gun. It's just something about the spirit of just, yeah, okay, look, go ahead, man. You won, you got it. And you take your depression and your sadness, what you experience and your loneliness, and you sit in it unjustified. You know, heaven is something to make heaven cry. I call it make heaven cry. There's just something about that, man. When you just, as a human, you know, just don't be, even though you have the right or have the strength, it's okay. Because you know you want to retaliate, you know, that's your instinct. You got it, you know. Um, yeah, just allowing it to happen says, man, you know, go through all the emotions and all the regrets and the pain and all that kind of stuff, but just keep going. Don't stop. Keep going. Keep going. You know, and then it's just, and like I said, it may even get worse, but you just refuse to become that which you are not. It is something with that story. It is something, there's a power in that. It's like when you YouTube the men that was around Malcolm X, you should see how they cry when they didn't do nothing when he died. You know, it's called a lost moment. When you don't respond properly to the moment that you can never get back, is a pain. There's a great pain that you can't pay back. You know, it's something, brother. You know what I mean? It's really something, man.
You are in the presence of
Mike, did you freeze? Are you still there? Only thing I heard, you in the presence. Oh, brother Mike. Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2 1 2. I think brother Mike has frozen again. Well, you're in the presence. I hope I can remember. Okay. Well, brother Mike is gonna come soon, brothers and sisters. So I hope that you really don't believe nothing I said, but just try it out because we are evidence based. So I'm never into the point just to listen to just a person sound all fun and all this emotional stuff. No, go see things for yourself because you have a right, to see things for yourself. And life is a beautiful thing, even if you're not experiencing it. It seems to be certain doors and it's certain essences, it's certain things that will become your companion, that will show you love and appreciation, even though it'd be better if you had it from a human experience, from other humans, compared to these other things, whatever and whoever they are, Um, but to maintain, the hurt, the abuse of the world, the misunderstandings, and like I said, the exaggerations and all the things that can crush the spirit and destroy the heart. If you can still just refuse to become that consistently, maybe into the point of death, maybe in the to the point of committing suicide when you just can't take it anymore, you just take your own life, but you do not become that. You know, who knows? We don't want you. There you go. You're back, Mike. Okay, I see your eyes move. All right, you cut off a long time ago, brother. I forgot.
Yeah,
Try to remember the last words that you said, but
yeah,
I
I did.
couldn't remember.
I remember. To those who are still here, uh, you are in the presence of a collective consciousness that has gained and lost much. So keep in mind when you are hearing this conversation that is continuing, that is bouncing off of itself in the build, that it's coming from a place that has experienced a lot of loss, a lot of assertion of certain knowledge that can only be exemplified in conversations with people who have the same spectrum of assertion. Always keep that in mind. There's a lot that has been said here. There's a lot that needs to be reviewed over and over again and being able to retain what has been shared here. There's a lot of gems in these conversations. But if there is a need for a summary of sorts, here it is. We may play with the cards that we are dealt in this game, this role playing game, full of non playable characters, these NPCs that walk as zombies, the 85%, the dumb, the deaf, the blind, but that is what makes the real that much more real. This life can be fun once you learn the rules. You can bend and even break some. For even Neo showed that he no longer had to dodge bullets. He can make them stop. It was all a matter of time. Dealing in time, everything is entitled to a purpose. The things that we believe are a detriment have a purpose. The things that we believe are of an attribute or purpose. This is a purpose that we choose, that we are not only by obligation, but a choice to continue the contract. There are breaches of contract. And in those breaches of contract, there are repercussions. There is a cost for them. The battle scars that we show in the wars and battles that we have won, lost, or tied to makes us a band of brothers. For those who have gone through the mud, have bonds that are thicker than blood through our experiences. And this is how we can call each other brother. Parting is as sweet sorrow as that cheesecake. But know that in the balance, we too will reconvene again, Lord willing, us willing. Try your best to think of alternatives in thought in regards to what is good or bad or evil. Think also the notation of words as spells that we cast upon ourselves. One that I will give that has not been given prior. Justice is just ice. It's coldness for coldness and keeps us both shivering. And that is why there is more power in the purpose of a person who can be subject to affliction, much like the burning of iron ore, much like the beating, the humiliation, the molding and manipulation of this man to reach the cooling. This is our purpose. When we fulfill this purpose, it will probably be well beyond our years in the eyes of another man or woman who sees these bills as ways to plan their direction, to know the ledges that they do not have to fall off from. That legacy is one of the reasons we can choose to say that this is why we're here. I wish that there were more time that we could use together. But one of the things that Brother Eli has reminded me of is those sweet, intricate intimacies that I do crave. And I am appointing my time to reclaim that with my celestial other. Until we meet again, contemplate every syllable that is uttered. Realize with your real eyes that we are here in the present as a gift of light to the world that embraces darkness. We are candles that refuse to complain. But we will have our way. We will have some fun along that way. Because that candle does flicker. We do the dance, and we enjoy the dance. Until next week, peace and unsurmountable blessings be upon us all. Blessings.